January 3rd, Planning and Zoning Commission meeting to order. The first item on the agenda is the approval of minutes. I believe it's on. Can you not hear me? Our first item on the agenda is the December 5th minutes to be approved. Commissioners, you've had those for a little over a week.
Move approval.
Second.
I've got a move, and we'll put the second one burning. Emily, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. All right, thank you. Councilman Conyers needs to recuse himself from the first. You said through SD 1635? Yes, sir. Okay. All right, the first item on the agenda is SD 1625. It's a request of Dewberry for a preliminary plat approval of Old Battles Village Phase 3, a 43-lot subdivision. The property is located west of Huntington Woods. If nobody has any objections, I'd like to also combine SD 1634, which is the same developer, same property, simply Phase 4. If we could do those at the same time, since most people will have similar concerns about both parcels, please.
Mr. Chairman, I believe Mayor Wilson would like to say a few words before we get into the agenda item.
Okay, certainly.
Good evening. I wanted to introduce our new Economic and Community Development Director, Sherry Lee Bloodworth Botop, to the team. She is a longtime resident, or was a longtime resident of Fairhope, and prior to living here, spent time visiting our city throughout her childhood. Well, you were like a native. Anyway, she is returning to Fairhope from D.C., where she had led a national foundation for the American Institute of Architects and designed and launched a national community development and resilience program working with the White House, the Rockefeller Foundation, the Development of Housing and Urban Development, and FEMA. She had a great relationship with FEMA. Sherry Lee was also the National Vice President for Catholic Charities USA, where she helped launch efforts focused on social impact investing, integrated health and affordable housing, and was selected to participate in Harvard University's National Preparedness Leadership Initiative, which she completed in 2016, and we may need that soon. Our first priority is working with the Planning Department during this 6-month moratorium to review our regulations and application process. And I don't think this couldn't have come soon enough. But on the slide, oh, you've got it. We'll be doing a comprehensive study of our stormwater runoff and flooding issues, so we can place regulations that safeguard our established neighborhoods. The Planning Commission's job is to make sure we are asking questions that are in the best interest of the city of Fairhope and its citizens. A new administration has been elected by the people who demand that we grow responsibly. I am going to make a point to meet with each of you who have approved applications in the past against what may have matched the voters' vision. The city of Fairhope comes first, not developers. The Planning Commission must share the vision of the citizens you serve. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you.
Was that last night?
Yeah. I believe so. Yes. All right. Jonathan?
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to say welcome, Ms. Botop, and thank you, Mayor Wilson, for making your presentation. The first item on the agenda, as you mentioned, is SD 1625, which is the Old Battles Village Phase 3 preliminary plat application. The subject property consists of 26.64 acres. It's zone plan unit development in the city of Fairhope. In the proposed phase, 43 lots are platted, with the largest lot being 16,335 square feet and the smallest lot being 11,200 square feet. This is all part of what was master plan development, and I believe it was approved back in around the 2005-2006 time period. There are several items that staff worked with the applicant on addressing. We've tabled this item. It's been held over due to issues that we had come up. The issues have been resolved, and the conditions in our recommendation have also been resolved for the most part. I don't know, Nancy Milford and I spoke earlier. And
Jennifer probably just needs to state for the record that she did review the landscape plan, that she was okay with it.
So, yeah, I had seen those that Friday afternoon before I had left.
I got a question for you.
The engineering that went into these phases of this project have been, the engineering is extensive, and they've definitely been reviewed multiple times. So I'll just say that's all I have. If you have questions, we'll be happy to answer them. The applicant's authorized.
You want to bring up 1634 at the same time?
We could,
Do you
yes,
wanna
sir.
Yes, let's do that. 'Cause
Yes, sir.
Only one person signed up to speak, but they signed up to speak on both items.
All right, I'll give a brief overview of that. Hold on.
Yeah.
I can ask my question later.
Yes.
SD 1634 is Phase 4 of the same development, Old Battles Village, part of the Huntington PUD. The property zone plan unit development, as I mentioned, it consists of 21.7 acres. In the proposed phase, 40 lots are platted, with the largest lot being approximately 16,263 square feet, and the smallest lot being approximately 11,200 square feet. The same issues applied to this, essentially, and all of the conditions that we had are satisfied, from what I understand. We have been working with the applicant on an alternative construction entrance for this project, and we're continuing to work through that process with the applicant. I worked with Alabama Power to see if we could access that property via their easement off of Twin Beach Road that goes all the way to the property, but there were multiple conflicts with property owners, and they didn't feel like they were going to be able to work that out. So they did try. I went through 3 different individuals with Alabama Power, went from the top and then went down to the level folks that deal with those easements and transmission lines. So Nancy, I believe, has a comment.
The one thing I will say, we put the contractor in touch with the safety representative for Old Battles Village so that they could work together and address the safety issues of the big trucks and the turns, and so they're working together now at this point. As the last I heard, they all documented it and verified with me, so they should be good.
They're doing everything they can, and as we've mentioned in the past, these are public right-of-ways, so they can be used, but the best use as far as how they get those trucks in and out of there, we've got to make sure they use the roads in the best way they can to where they don't damage our infrastructure or pose safety threats to the residents. Anyway, if you have questions, we'll be happy to answer them, and the applicant's authorized agents here.
Jonathan,
Yes.
this wording appears in this and in one other one tonight. Under water and sewer, at this time, the applicant has a capacity issue with regards to Phase 3, which is what we're looking at, and future phases of this development. With the utility study that is soon to occur, Dan McCrory said that he saw no reason why Old Battles Village cannot proceed with the approval of the Planning Commission. The issue with the sewer capacity in this subdivision can be addressed in the near future when the study is complete. Are we getting the cart in front of the horse on this, or should this?
Well, I go by what our water and sewer superintendent states, and he stated that this should all be completed and the study should be completed to where we'll know what needs to be done, and we'll take care of the problem whenever the lots are ready to be built upon. So as far as the water and sewer issues that were stated as problems in the past, from what I understand, they are not problems at this time. And Dan McCrory, Water and Sewer Superintendent, has stated that this, in his opinion, could move forward if they meet all of the other regulations. So
There's something in my background that says we shouldn't approve something that might become a debt for the future. In other words, if we say that there is an issue here now, but we're going to go ahead and then we find out the issue is bigger than we thought it was, how are we going to then bring the developer in to fix this, and who's going to oversee it, and so forth. This just raises some questions in my mind.
I can understand why you would have questions.
Did Dan say anything about them paying for potential upgrades, or is that?
No. I was just told that they were released on his end to move forward.
I also note that it had not submitted a fire flow for phase 3, had not submitted a fire flow model. Has that come in?
I believe, yes.
Yes, he looked at the fire flow that they used, I believe, a previous model for that whole,
You know, Nancy, I can make a suggestion to you.
right.
If something like that happens, there's a time lag, all right? What you might want to do is have an addendum for us up here with things that came in later, then and relate them back to what we have.
Right.
That way we don't have to waste time asking about things. 'Cause when I see there's something missing, that's a red flag.
Okay.
I agree. At times, we have things come in after we've written these reports, so, yeah, we could prepare something fairly last minute, but.
I know, it's like herding cats, I know.
It's a good way to put it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Is there anybody here who would like to speak on behalf of the applicant?
Good evening. John Avent with Dewberry Preble Rish. If you have any questions, I'll try to answer them to the best of my ability. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. I'll go ahead and open the public hearing at this time. I've got the name of Earl Eldridge to speak. If you'll come up, sir. If you don't mind stating your address for Emily so she can have you on the record, please, sir.
I have to remember it. Pop quiz, huh? It's 7878A Pale Moon Court in Fairhope. Pale Moon Court.
Yes, sir.
Well, I went through the last meeting with you guys, and we discussed this, and the problem that we have is that the back of our property is where what is defined as a quote-unquote a common drain. Well, the common drain is not a common. It's not very common anymore when when it's used in a public manner, such as this subdivision. Again, we talked about the volume and the speed which the water flows through this, which is unbelievable. It still is. That proved that yesterday, especially with that 10 or 100 year event, whatever that was. And it was a severe flood. Again, it's not that we want to stop anything. It's just that we have culpability here as far as a lot of things go regarding children and the safety that's associated with this. There's a slope that goes from that subdivision downward into our property, and when it rains, it's slick. If a child ever falls in that, it's going to be catastrophic. We know that, you know. It's plain to see once you go out there and look at it. It's very hard to see unless you physically look at the drainage itself. Now, this is a de facto situation. It isn't by law. There's no eminent domain on this thing or anything. Everybody's putting water across my property as a private citizen, and whether or not this is illegal or not, I don't know. But right now, we're in a terrible situation. We're in a tenuous position right now regarding health. And right now, my property, I can't use the back of my property for anything. And even in a slow rain, if over a period of time, the draining is terrible back there. It drains from the side of my property and in two different courses from other property into that quote-unquote common drain. And now with the addition of extra drainage down there, which I don't see any any type of plan or anything that will take that drain and move it somewhere or move that water anyplace else except on my property. Now that was my first problem, I guess it was, with this. My second problem results from well, this is for both of these plans here. It concerns a construction of a storage facility across Highway 98 from us. That thing was started about a year ago or so, and it's a fairly good large area up there. The way it's set up, it drains underneath the road. Highway 98 and onto our property. The problem that we have there is that it was already approved by the city of Fairhope, and we didn't know that there was going to be that much water that came through there. During the period of this construction, there's a double drain that comes through underneath the highway, right and left. Well, someone has, the developer or the contractor, has literally cut off drainage on the left one, which leaves the right one, which drains right onto our property again. And right now, we're sort of cut off. We got drainage that is really terrible in the front of us, drainage in the back of us. We have a health problem in the front of us right now because the smell is starting to show itself. Secondly, our house is sort of in danger now on the one across the street because it flowed right onto our lattice and right up underneath the house last night. And I guess we're going to have to expect this for every drain or every incident. Now, couple that again, we have a problem with the children and everything in that area. If a child comes across that and gets into that particular concourse, he's going to have a real problem. He's not going to be able to get out of there. That's one of the problems we had. Let me get to my papers again. I sort of have two suggestions, I suppose, which is just a suggestion. I'm not an engineer, far from it. But is there any way that some sort of a stout barrier can be built across the back of that subdivision that would keep the children and other people out of my property? Because it's really not my problem, it's the developers. It becomes my problem when the developer puts those houses there and the children start straying across that property. It would be my problem because I'd have to go ahead and construct a fence. I shouldn't have to do that. And it's going to have to be a pretty stout fence. This not only applies to my property, it's going to apply to other properties on the side of that, on our property also. We have no idea who or what's going to come across that particular area. I suggested a fence, but maybe there's some way you could go ahead and the developer can build a berm or something in that area, which might fix the flow on the back. But it's getting to the point we're in a tenuous situation right now, and the problem that we had is just being exacerbated by that particular drain from the storage facility up there in front of us. Now, I offer that to the board for consideration. Again, we have a condition that exists there. It's a condition where my private property is using a public way, and anything that affects that particular drain is going to affect me. So that makes the other portion of that subdivision up there, it's another additional factor that's going to add to the situation we now have. And I guess that's about all I have today. And that's enough for me.
Yes.
I don't know, again, we talked about a 100-year flood or a 10-year flood. For us, it's not that. It's every time it rains hard. Every time. So, again, we don't have much recourse now. I would not know how to fix this unless we obtain an engineer to do this. But again, it's not my responsibility to protect the developer. It's the developer's responsibility to protect me and anyone else that's along that particular perimeter there. This is my daughter. Do you have anything? She was the one that brought this up about the children. She's a teacher. And as a matter of fact, again, the kids, this could be catastrophic to the children. I cannot stress that. If a child gets in there and if he slips into that particular slope, stepped on a slope, he's not going to be able to get out. And I hate to have the rescue people come over there and go after it. I just hate that, you know.
The force of that water, it will knock down trees. That's how fast. It's not just our property that flows all the way down. So
we've
through that development. So you can't really go back there to see it unless you get swept away by it. I mean, a grown man would be swept away by it. So
we tried to get back there and take pictures of it yesterday, which is impossible because the water was high. The lightning, it was a lot of lightning out there, and so we couldn't step out at all and either get zapped by the lightning or get drowned. So we're stuck with it. Concerning that forest that she was talking about, we've laid stumps out there for firewood that were a good 5 or 6 feet long and about 3 feet across, stacked them up, and that water was so powerful it took them away, every one of them in one big fell swoop. So it's not that if you can measure that particular flow of that drain, the volume or anything, you know it's going to be tough. It's going to be hard. Thank you for our
Thank you.
listening
Yes,
to
sir.
us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's the only person who's signed up to speak to this item. Would anybody else wish to speak to this? Yes, ma'am. Oh, sorry. If you'll state your name and your address for the
I will.
record, please.
Bonnie McNeil Goolsby, 410 Bartlett Avenue, Fairhope. I've been here before, unfortunately. And the first time I was here, it was discussion of this overall plan. Some of you were here at that time and some of you weren't. And there, in that discussion, we talked about the entrance situation. One question I had, who is the safety director that you mentioned?
There was someone with the homeowners association that the homeowners association sent us a document that raised some concerns. So I called the engineer and also copied the contractor, and they communicated. They all sent me emails saying they were all working together. And mainly the concern from the drawings that or not the drawings, but the photos, is those big trucks were having trouble making the turn, so they were going to work on traffic control, maybe having somebody out there, but they are supposed to be working together on this.
Well, I belong to this association, and to the best of my knowledge, there is no safety director that.
No, I think it's someone who lives in the neighborhood.
It is.
And
what occurred at the last meeting, y'all approved an entrance that was not what they're talking about. And there is an issue with the trucks turning on Queensgate, unfortunately. It is not a good situation, period, either entrance. And Jonathan did try to talk to, I suggested, the Alabama Power, and understandably I can see where they probably wouldn't go along with it. However, I do not understand why this developer, who is a very reputable developer and does a very nice job with their subdivisions, why they cannot lease some land temporarily. You are looking at a huge development that is going to be added to this. It will destroy both entrances, no matter which entrance you use. Personally, I would think it would be smarter to lease some land for those heavy pieces of equipment to enter that way. They are financially capable of doing something like this. May not be the best way for them, but in regards to the residents, it would be the proper way. So that was one situation I would like to comment on. The pictures you have already seen from the mayor. I brought some of my own pictures that were from just Old Battles Village, and this is where I live, is in Old Battles Village. This is the holding pond, not yesterday, but the day before, when the rain was not as devastating as it was yesterday, and it flooded. And now across in the pasture where this water goes, there is no longer a pond, there is a lake, and it is red, which means it is an environmental issue now. And of course, you probably are aware it is now gone across the road into that area of Point Clear, that those people are not happy either.
That's correct. There has been a stop work order on that current phase.
Which phase?
Jonathan, what's the phase number that the current one being built has a stop work order on it due to that? Phase 2.
Okay. Well, I mean, if you look at the pictures just from day before yesterday of just what Phase 2 created, and you are looking at adding, what, 100 more lots in Phase 3 and Phase 4. Where is this water going, and how are they going to control it? Because once you put pavement in, the trees are gone, and you put pavement in, the water is going to go even faster, quicker, and more so. It is a dilemma, and I don't know how y'all are going to solve this, but as a resident, I come here to you not to continually support a developer, but for you to look at residents' issues. And it is a dilemma, I agree, and I don't know the solution. Obviously, drainage is an issue that needs to be addressed. I also, unfortunately, live where the other development behind my house, they stripped every tree, and there is flooding totally from that as well. So I don't know how, I wish I had an answer, but I felt like y'all needed to know this. I know everybody that owns land has that right to build on it, but we have got to have better ways of controlling. It's not going to get better, it's going to get worse. And I want to also reiterate the fact that the entrances proposed is not good.
I understand. We don't have any say over the entrances when it's a public road, unfortunately, but I understand what you're saying to that.
Well, if you lived there every day, you'd probably appreciate it more so.
Certainly.
Thank you.
All right. Ma'am, if you'd like to come up.
We're back to, can we put up the other picture with the green? Yeah, just to let you guys know where we live on 7194 Broadbeck Lane. If you look at the map with the dark green space, that's where you guys are talking about developing. We have property that's adjacent on the lighter green space. You see the 3 stripes. The longer stripe next to the green space, it's next to the power line. That's ours. And a smaller, anyway, we border the entire thing with our property, the entire side of the property. I'd like to, first of all, say I apologize for not knowing your name, but the meeting we were here with Dan McCrory, he seemed very concerned about the sewer, and that would be a big concern for me, because they were beginning the development on the corner of Old Battles Road, and so we're kind of in the middle of all these clay streams that are developing, and we're concerned about the clay flooding onto our property too when it rains, our farm property. We like the property we have; it's got good, rich soil, and we don't want our trees devastated, or their tree. We don't want them to devastate the trees, and then we have the clay again, like it's existed yesterday. But back to the sewer. I'm just concerned about the sewer issue. I agree with you. I don't like probably. I don't like the word probably. I like a word that's firm. We know what we're going to do. We're not buying time for something later. We know how much we're spending and so forth. And and I question, if you stop phase 2, why are we here talking about 3 and 4? If 2 was an issue, I would think 3 and 4 are going to be a third and a fourth issue.
And you've got to tie this other one on the corner to this with your sewer concerns. I mean, there's no way not to.
Yeah.
Because you're going to end up paying some money.
It's going to be bad.
It's going to be down on y'all. Yeah. You're going to have to redo the whole sewer system to account for these subdivisions. Right.
And I tell you that y'all couldn't appreciate that Old Battles Road unless you saw that river yesterday. It was frightening, because we were worried.
It was rapids.
Yeah, we were worried about the other end too, because it also messes up section, and we were going to be stuck. But fortunately, the other end we were able to get out. But anyway, I'm just concerned about too fast, too quick, not thinking. I think you need to look things through. Thank you.
See how much it's going to cost.
Yeah.
Y'all.
Yeah. Thank you.
Would anybody else like to speak to this issue? If not, I'd like to ask the developer to come up. John, we had questions about the drainage plan, people asking about a fence in the rear. and also about concerns about construction traffic passing through the entrances.
Did you close the public hearing?
Yes, yes.
As far as the construction traffic, it's my understanding that the contractor who has to bring the equipment in and out of the subdivision for Phase 2 is working with the POA, trying to figure out the best way to come in and making sure that they won't run over stop signs and street lights and landscaping and sorts. So they have been pretty active on all this, I know for a fact. Seeing a lot of emails going to me, to Jonathan, Nancy, POA. So they're trying to address this, and I think they have a plan. But then again, our part is to make sure that everything's technically correct. Originally, when we did the PUD, I think we designated a way which was on the eastern street that went into Phase 2, and we all agreed, I believe in this planning commission as well as city council, that was the designated way to get in and out because there was no other way in. And unfortunately, they're bringing larger trucks than was anticipated. And in a residential subdivision, the radiuses and the curves and all that is just too small for the size trucks they're bringing in. So it's my understanding they're looking at another way to come straight into the main entrance, and then when it dead ends there, unload the equipment, and then back up the trucks or something with flagmen and people all the way around it to ensure that no one gets hurt. They're doing this some kind of safety procedure. As far as the drainage aspect of this thing, it's my understanding, I didn't go out there, and I should have. I don't live far from this particular site, but on the old Battles, I don't think it ever overtopped where the existing detention pond is and where a Huntington Woods detention pond goes underneath Battles Road and then into the pond across on the south side of Battles Road. None of the drainage on Phase 2, 3, or 4 is coming to the existing pond anyhow. It's going back towards the Huntington detention pond. And my client has an agreement now with Huntington Woods that's shared in the maintenance and the responsibility of that detention pond now. I know that my engineers forward and was very detailed over looking at all the drainage, particularly draining into an existing detention pond, the Huntington Woods. They wanted to make sure nothing was upset with their outfall of Huntington Woods. And then again, we engineered it to every regulation and everything we possibly can. For the gentleman with a lot of water going across his property, I can sympathize with him, but then again, it is a existing drainage way. It's always been a drainage way. You can't make water go any other place, but the only way you can do it, control water within a development, it's by the regulations, which are in the Fairhope regulations. That's with stormwater detention and also with the added LIDs to make sure for the water quality. So with those two items, we have adhered to all the regulations and feel comfortable that we've done everything to the best of our ability for the drainage aspect of it. For the fence, I don't have anything on the fence. I don't even know exactly where he's talking about, to be honest. I got kind of lost where he was talking about the fence. So
If you'll talk to him after the meeting, we can't
Right.
require that you put a fence anywhere.
Right, and we'll look at it.
But if it's a safety issue, it's something that y'all should be certainly concerned about
Right.
yourselves.
I know that my engineers or engineer has worked with the gentleman up here. He's been in my office. We have been trying to work with him to understand the issue which he has. We can sympathize it, but then again, drainage goes downhill, and we got to use it. So, one other thing I want to touch on is the the sewer aspect. We came in front of you guys and got a plan unit development modification. In other words, this property already had an approved plan, but we modified it. And the reason we modified it is that the developer wanted to do an upscale amenity type thing with the pools and some other stuff in a different location, different size lots. But we did do a modification. We did get it approved, and we did have a phasing plan within our PUD with a schedule saying that when we're going to develop these phases, and the sewer was never brought up as an issue. But since then, since it has been an issue, we have gotten up with the utility department, and Dan has feel very comfortable the time we get, let me back up for a minute, I'll lose myself even. Phases 3 and 4, once we get those under construction, time we get it under construction, come back to this body and get it approved and go through all that, we're looking at 12 to 14 months to get the infrastructure in. And then we start building, then we have to pull building permits and build the houses. So you're looking at another 6 to 8 months. So reality, what we're looking at before the first toilet flush, we're not going to bring on 88 houses at one time. You know, the developer will probably build 5 or 6 at a time. They just don't go in there and build every house. So what we're looking at is 18 to 24 months before you see the first toilet flush. So, you know, there is some time to react to this, and that's what we're looking at. You know, time to hopefully do the study and react to any kind of upgrades if needed. So, and that's, we had a lot of discussion about this. So keep in mind that once this thing is approved tonight, hopefully, that you're looking at a long time before we flush the first toilet.
Well, when y'all made your changes, the numbers went down each time, didn't they?
Pardon me?
Didn't your numbers go down when you made the changes?
Yes, it did.
It went down from if I remember, it was like a townhome condo type project to single. There was a townhome portion up there, and the numbers dropped significantly.
They did. I don't know that. I can picture it, but I don't know the differences as far as the number of units. But, you know, then again, we're in that situation, you know, so if anything else, I'll try to answer it.
Commissioners have any questions?
Yeah, it looks like you followed the regulations, but you still have a retention pond that overflows on somebody else's property. Are you going to take any action to make sure that doesn't occur as you build out the rest of your development?
It flows, all our property, all our flows on phases 2, 3, and, no, excuse me, yeah, 2, 3, and 4 goes on Huntington Woods property, which is the existing subdivision, which we have negotiated rights to drain on that property now.
You know, you can't drain on somebody else's property as part of the design, though.
Yes, you can. If it's going there today, you don't have any other choice. You just can't impact the adjacent property, can't adversely impact the adjacent properties, which we're not. So what you're saying is that we can't drain, even though the water goes there today, we can't drain on that property?
You have to make every effort to try to contain that water from going to somebody
and we
else.
are through a detention pond.
So you're not finished yet. You're still working on doing that.
work, I didn't understand your question, I'm sorry.
Upgrading the drainage so that this person and this person don't come up here with more water?
We are accommodating under this design to accommodate our stormwater. And that's what, under the regulations which we're set, we regulate it to do.
Hey,
I got a question. John, has there ever been a overall study of the watershed in that area? How many acres drain through there and go across that road? Do you have any idea? Jonathan, do you know that?
I don't have that. Then again, the engineer that actually designed this is sick today, and unfortunately, you guys are stuck with me. But
well, it seems to me if we're having all of these problems, maybe we ought to have a study done of the whole area.
What we did under our design, we took the whole watershed that's north of Battles Road. Yeah. We took the whole watershed.
Okay.
And did our analysis, what's coming, the main watershed goes through Huntington Woods, not our property, and we accounted for that with our drainage calculations and actually modeled both of them put together. So the drainage study's already been completed during this design.
And you did it for the entire.
It just seemed to me if each application meets the current requirements that we have, and we have problems, and then we have another one, and another one, and another one.
Right.
We ought to be looking at the big picture for the whole area.
We took the big picture as it sits today.
Okay.
We did do that. We accounted for the whole watershed that this property goes into, counting Huntington Woods, all the water that goes north of us, and all our property combined. We actually modeled that through a hydraulic study.
What year rain event did y'all design it to?
100-year.
100-year rain event. So, like for the people, Mr. Elmerick, downstream, what does that mean for him whenever it topples the retention pond or the wetlands? What's that mean once it hits? Can you explain that process?
We designed to 100 years to stage the flow coming out of the detention pond. And once it gets up to, if it's, say, a 500-year storm, we have this emergency overflow, and this overflows and goes into that watershed.
So once it hits, say it's 101-year
right
rain event, then everything that's hitting the ground is going downstream.
That's correct.
I know that. I want
There's
to make
some
sure
more,
everybody else understands that.
There is some more capacity. What we have is your water rises, and we call that the design high water. There's still some more capacity above that, which is what we call freeboard. I mean, there is theoretically some more capacity, but we didn't design to a 500-year storm.
I'd like to remind us that our regulation states that in a 100-year event, no more water will come off that property after development than pre-development. If we want to change that to 500 years or 1,000 years or whatever, we need to change that in our regulations and let the developers know that we've changed that in our regulations. There are issues where even when they design it, you have more water at the end of the day, because even though the flow is no greater, you have the same flow a lot of times for a longer amount of time. And then in those cases, when you have 3 or 4 subdivisions and all of that water that's flowing longer for a longer amount of time means that in essence you have a greater flow on a cumulative effect if nobody has come in and done a study of the entire watershed, which in Baldwin County, we haven't got together with the county to this point and done, an entire flow. Sometimes if you do that, you'd have subdivisions near rivers that you would have no water retention for because you want the water to move out as fast as possible. But at this point, our regulations state that no more water can come off after a storm event in a 100-year storm after development than pre-development. If we want to change that, we need to change that. But if the engineer and the city engineer state that they've met that, then we can't really hold them accountable for 120 years or 150 years.
I'm sorry.
I was going to say, Lee, I agree with you, but that wasn't a 100-year flood last night.
I don't know what storm it was, but
It was 9 inches of water, and it's not a 100-year flood.
no, by no stretch of imagination. But then again, what we did also on this particular development and all our developments from now on, your regulations has a way of requiring stormwater detention, which is called the rationale method, and that may mean something, may not. But what we use is a more stringent process. It's called a SCS process, and that's what we design our stormwater in accordance with a more stringent guideline than what's in your regulation.
John, I have a question. What year was Old Battles Village initially approved? I'm not sure if I was here then, and I'm just trying to...
I think it's like 05, 06
Okay,
period.
05, 06, and now we're in 16, so that was 10 years,
10
and we're
years
looking
ago.
at another 2 to 3 years to be fully completed, correct? You said 22 to 20 months before the next toilet flush. So
Well,
that-
yeah, but then again, what you're looking at is, we're looking at developing another 88 lots. So 88 lots is probably going to be another, after you have it,
This is
you're
just
looking at
phase
another
3,
5
22 months just to complete phase 3, and then
Right.
we're going to do phase 4, which would be another 3 years.
right. You know, those are just rough estimates. You know, if the world slows up, it's going to be lot slower, and if the world speeds up, it goes a lot quicker. You know, it's just the market.
John, just a point of curiosity, what is the flood event design criteria in some of the other municipalities around here? What is Gulf Shores of Daphne? Are they 100 years or more or less or what? I'm just curious.
No, most cities, for stormwater detention, it's 100 years, 100-year flood. Most drainage, street drainage is 25-year. Gulf Shores particularly, it's, believe it or not, they go by a 10-year storm, which we don't do, but that's what the regulation states. So you run into a problem if you design your whole development under a 10-year storm.
Any more questions?
I have a question about, I think maybe some of the commission members were wondering about, and I kind of was. So like when the sewer needs to be upgraded in 12 months or before the first toilet flush, is the cost of those upgrades, are you guys going to help out with those, or is that something you're negotiating with the water superintendent?
No, it's never been mentioned to us about any funding for this development. Never been brought up. It's never been budgeted.
So the cost of the upgrades is something that you're not, that's not really, you don't think that's your concern? Because you didn't hear anything about that in the last
I
10
can't
years.
answer that, Jennifer, because I'm not the developer. We're the engineers. So that would be something that the city would get up with the developer on.
Okay. And I wanted to mention that there was some information in the staff report about the traffic calming device. I mean, the ones you guys have been putting in, the circular ones, are fine with me as long as they meet the municipal codes, the traffic codes. Those are
Okay.
fine. You just can't use a four-way stop or a stopping mechanism.
I think we already accommodated the
Yeah, I
new
think
design
so.
with the roundabout,
Yeah,
the
and that's
traffic
fine.
calming circles.
Yeah.
I have a couple questions for Jonathan and John. Real quick, just to kind of, I've got a lot of loose ends that I'm curious about. So there was a traffic study done in May of 2016. Does that traffic study, is that project the end result of the project
It does.
for all 4 phases?
It does.
Okay, and then also, we get into the sewer. With Dan McCrory saying with the utility study that is soon to occur, do we know when that will occur? Okay, we don't know when that's going to occur, so, okay, soon. The issue with the sewer capacity is the subdivision can be addressed in the near future. When is the near future? Like, we don't have any specific date, so it's just open-ended.
Right, and like I said, that's a question for Dan McCrory. I wish he was at the meeting tonight to address these sewer-related issues. I was just assured that this would all be taken care of as far as the improvements that need to be made, getting the sewer to our sewer treatment plant. That's the problem, is getting the sewer to the plant. The plant's not the problem. The capacity really is not the problem. It's getting it there. So I've also been told that, you know, the fees the city charges for tap fees and things like that will help assist in paying for some of the repairs or some of the improvements that may be needed. But I really don't know. That's a specialized area. I know a little bit about it, but that's a better question to be answered by Dan McCrory.
As well as the drainage and utility easements, that was another one. And then also, I see where we asked Nancy's report, in conjunction with the city, the applicant shall demonstrate adequate sewer capacity to serve the subdivision. And the response was, this has been handled by Dan McCrory, but what were the results? Again, it's just...
I don't want to speak for Dan, but I will say what was told to me directly is they are released to proceed forward with their subdivision. I do not have any issues. That's what I was told.
Can I say this?
And I believe I have an email to, you know, in my emails if you want me to forward that along to the Planning Commission. So
there's a lot of concern about the sewer capacity, and rightfully so. I've been thinking that Dan's been wanting to do this sewer study and look at the situation for quite a few years, working with Dan. But we don't know for a fact if we have a sewer capacity problem. We don't know that for a fact today. There's been no spills, nothing short of a lift station that runs more than it should. And it's more, I'm really getting into a technical part, but it cuts off and on a lot more than it should, not running continuously. And that's a process of a bigger wet well, which is a storage thing, not a capacity thing. But then again, once the city gets a qualified engineer and look at it, and we'll come up with it. But then again, my client has invested a tremendous amount of money and effort and time, and would like to proceed on with this project.
Respectfully, sure. Another thing I wanted to mention, right now we have 314 active homes for sale, 416 lots to approve. How many lift stations do we have?
I'm not sure. I want to say 16. I don't know why that comes to mind, but I am not positive that's right.
No, it's over 50.
I'm pretty sure. I didn't know if.
Then again, this is not the only area of concern. It's my understanding from Dan. It's east, west, south.
That might have been in the city limits.
West,
I'm not sure. Not our entire
southeast
system. So I don't know why that number came to mind.
So, it's something that needs to be looked at citywide. It's my understanding, and I'm outside looking in, but.
And that's why I'm bringing it up, because there's such an impact on this particular area right now, especially with the apartments that have been approved. These are the open-ended questions that I don't feel confident, and respectfully, I know that you're doing your job. So
yep.
I'm concerned.
The mayor said we have
68 lift stations. Yeah.
Do you have any plan for when that's going to be upgraded?
We're doing the study first, just to get, you know, a base study. Because when we did the whole, you know, enhancement to the sewer, we only did, you know, the capacity. So we did kind of, you know, part of the upgrade. We haven't done the other part yet. And that's what we're working on doing. It's that and the flooding. That's the key things right now. And I'm not sure, like, if this didn't get approved today, I mean, is this going to hold you up in your development? I mean,
this we've been trying to get this approved for 3 months, Mayor, and what's happening, I just laid on the table is that my client has invested a whole bunch of money in phase 2 with millions of dollars in a recreational facility. In order to support that, we would have to get phases 3 and 4, and the financial institution that's financing it is saying if you don't do this, then it's become a problem. So that's the dilemma we are in. I know that money and all that don't have anything with good planning, but that's the reason we came here with the PUD, and then all of a sudden we go to phase 2, no problems, we're under construction, and all of a sudden, out of the blue, now we got a sewer problem. We're kind of stunned by that, you know. Why wasn't that brought up 3 months before we did this?
Our growth is uncontrollable right now, so that's the problem. Is there's 416 lots to approve. It's coming fast.
I don't know what would be appropriate. I mean, I feel like the developer should pay for the appropriate proportion or the share of the sewer upgrade. I'm throwing that out there.
I respectfully disagree. Then again, we came in with a planned unit development with a schedule and facing, and nobody brought up about a sewer issue, where my client is not only the developer, but he's also a house builder. He's going to pay water and sewer taps. He's going to pay impact fees.
Do you know what the sewer tap fee is in Fairhope?
$600 inside city limits, $2,800 outside.
And so the issue is that we got phase 2. We came in phase 2, 6 months ago, whenever it was, and no mention of sewer problems. My client invested a lot of money in phase 2 in order to pay for it. We're banking on doing 3 and 4 in order to recoup and balance out this amount of money. I don't think this is a issue for my client. I just tell them our feelings and my client's feelings is that this is not a development issue. This is a city issue. And unfortunately, we're in between a rock and a hard place on this. But to come up and say tonight that this thing is going to be approved contingent on some sum of money, I don't have the authority to speak on that.
We don't have the authority to ask you to do that. Any other questions?
I do have a question. What's the impact fee? Is it 1% of the?
It's 1% of the building cost.
And what is it? Can you detail what an impact?
Let's say the house is $250,000.
Of the full development, phase 4, the original cost of everything, is it the 1% of that?
It's when you go in for a building permit, you pay 1% of the cost.
Right.
For your building permit.
In other words, if these houses are $250,000, they'll be paying about $3,000 a house for the impact fee and the tap fee.
It maxes out at $4,184.
And where does that fee go to, besides just the city?
The city of Fairhope.
Yeah, but it is set out into different accounts. as per the ordinance that this council.
Can it go to utilities, sewer, schools, everything that's impacted by this developer?
I don't know what specifically it is. I know police and fire is one, but I don't know.
And let me say this, we're getting into city council issues on whether or not the impact fee should be increased, and in that case, we start talking about affordable housing, and we've got one city councilman not, recused, one in the audience, and that's really city council questions. We've got, Dan McCrory, the sewer superintendent, says it's okay and didn't think enough to come here to say it's not. This is going to pay $1.2 million to the city of Fairhope if it's 400 houses times $3,000, which will pay for a lift station. At no time in the past did we say there was a sewer capacity issue. We don't know for a fact if there is a sewer capacity issue. We think that there is one, but until that's defined and finite, I don't know if we have the legal right to deny a subdivision based upon, the gut feeling that maybe the sewer's over capacity there. We've got a moratorium coming up so that we can get our arms around this and decide what we want to do on impact fees and sewer and subdivisions, change subdivision regs, et cetera. But we're talking about a lot of macro issues right now, and based on this, I don't see where any subdivision regulations that they have not met.
Except that our sewer and water superintendent says that he believes there's a capacity issue.
Out of this letter, this letter here, he says
it's on this page 3. Has a capacity issue with regards to phase 3.
But it further also goes on that.
And you say you don't know we have a sewer problem. I don't know. You say you're between a rock and a hard place. Guess the rock and a hard place up here, if we vote in favor of this and then we find out, yes, there was a sewer problem.
Correct.
We passed it anyway. I'm going to have egg all over our face.
Water and sewer, the city of Fairhope water and sewer requirements shall be met. Dan McCoy, water and sewer superintendent, has notified staff at this time the applicant has a capacity issue with regards to phase 3 and future phase in this development. The utility study that is soon to occur, Dan McCoy said that he saw no reason why Old Battles Village phase 4 cannot proceed with the approval of the planning commission. The issue with the sewer capacity in the subdivision can be addressed in the near future when the study is complete.
In the near future.
He feels like it's going to be fixed. I mean, I guess we don't have to worry about how. I mean, if the superintendent has said it's going to be fixed in the future, then I guess that's what we're relying on. It's not really up to us to say how it's going to be fixed. He's told us it will be fixed.
I can kind of probably explain what happened in my report. I try to be very efficient in following what transpires, and in the original one, that is what happened. So there's your dilemma. This is what was said at the previous meeting. This is what happened, and now Dan has said it can proceed as long as the utility study is done, which he anticipates now being done. So that was all what happened in the first go-round, trying to explain how we got to where we are now.
The problem lies within the collection system, not the capacity. And also just to mention what our impact fees go towards, it's police and fire, parks and rec, and transportation. Those are the 3 categories.
All right. Thank you very much. Commissioners, any further discussion? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Okay, for which case are we here?
We need a motion for 1625, followed by a motion for 1634.
Can we amend that motion?
I'm sorry?
Can we amend that motion?
You make whatever motion you want, to approve, to deny. I'm not making a request of what the motion is. I'm just saying, once all the discussion's out, we got to move forward or backwards or sideways.
Okay, I guess I'm making a motion to amend the approval based on, the sewer repair study being done, to know what the capacity is and being able to move forward.
So you want to make a motion to approve subject to the, so you want to make a motion to approve subject to the sewer capacity study by the city being done?
Correct.
Okay. I've got a motion to approve subject to the sewer capacity by the city being approved. Do I have a second?
With the rest of the staff recommendations?
With the rest of the staff recommendations.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Further discussion?
Okay, what does that mean? It's approved until we get this study?
That's what I was going to say.
Okay, so we're going to get this study done. They can't move forward?
Yeah, I mean, if we don't know what the sewer's doing, how can you move forward? I mean, we need to have an idea if the capacity is there. And if you give them permission, is that capacity going to be there in the future? We don't know where it stands, so we're making a lot of assumptions right now.
The superintendent says you have it.
It's not clear, and he's not here to talk about it. I mean,
Let's call him.
I've been trying to call him.
Thank you, Mayor.
But yeah, it's the collection, I mean, the capacity is the wrong term. It is the collection of super, it's different. And that's what, I'm not clear, that, you know, that's what we're doing a study.
Yeah, it is the collection. I use the terminology from the first.
I know, I'm just saying that if you're gonna do a motion and amend, it has to be study on collection.
okay.
Sewer with the, and then all of those stations, yeah.
So Mayor, you're saying the issue with the sewer capacity should have been collection, and the subdivision can be addressed in the near future when the study is complete and we don't know the date of the completion.
When is the study going to be done? Nancy, do you know?
So we're probably talking maybe 6 months.
I got to ask this question. Can I?
Yes, that's,
That's, with that motion, when exactly does the sewer study is complete and all of a sudden we can start?
If we
Or
get the
is a sewer
capacity, if we got the
it's a sewer
collection.
collection system has to be approved by a method by the city council? There's got to be some trigger to this. I mean, this study could be done and put on the shelf. And I've done numerous studies where most studies, just like most studies, they get put on the shelf. The direction I'm seeing with the city going now, I don't see that happening. But then again, this is a major thing for my client. I'm just putting it right on the table. The superintendent has no problem. He's addressed this issue. And now this issue is brought on to my client. I just don't understand that. But if you make a motion, let's make a motion where that's something that has some kind of time frame, because I'm going to tell you, after 30, if this thing goes another 30 days, we got a problem. This thing won't get built. And I know there's people out here that don't want it built, but we have a God-given right to build it.
And Jonathan's got Dan on the phone.
do you want to withdraw the motion for the time being until after we talk to Dan and then we?
That's fine. I'll withdraw it.
Okay. And who seconded that?
George,
George,
yeah.
will you withdraw your
I'll
second?
withdraw the second.
Okay, so is Dan on the phone? He's on the phone right now.
What's next?
That,
I just spoke with Dan McCrory, and he's aware of what we're discussing right now. He feels like, due to the fact this is a phased development that was approved years ago, that we can't or we should not stop them from progressing, moving forward if they've met the minimum standards of our regulations. He's concerned we'll get ourselves in trouble as far as a lawsuit may go, and I frankly am also concerned about that. But if the Planning Commission would like to, if we have the study's going to take 45 days, and it may take 2 weeks to get that approved, possibly by the council. I mean, if the Planning Commission wanted to put some sort of condition of approval that, they may proceed after the results of the study, 60 days, I don't know, but they have been held up, and they've not necessarily held up. They've dotted their I's and crossed their T's as far as our regulations go. And Dan didn't have an issue with them proceeding. His concern, if they were not allowed to proceed, is that the city's going to end up in some sort of legal trouble.
The question I have about the study is, even, whatever the study comes up with, does it really matter? I mean, if we got to increase the collection system, is it the city going to be doing it? I mean, that's or the developer. If it's the city that we do through the impact, fees.
It will impact the impact fees.
I mean, do we just pay for it through the impact fees? I mean, and that would.
All that has to be updated because we know we have to do those things.
So if we hold them up because, and study this.
Okay, I guess my concern is we get to the end and all of a sudden we don't have the collectors or the capacity there for those houses, and they're starting to come online.
And we got to upgrade it.
And what are we going to do at that point?
The city's got to pay for the upgrade.
He's the superintendent.
Okay.
And that's my issue, and this is a phase that's been around years, so I don't know.
I mean, I feel like the city's going to have to do the upgrades through the impact fees, regardless. Because if the developer's not going to, of course, the developer has paid for upgrades for subdivisions in other areas of the city on a regular basis. So.
Developers have paid for sewer lines being run for miles, and paid for most pump stations that we have in the city. Developers have paid for,
right?
On top of paying the impact fees, etc. Anyway, well, do I have a motion?
Well, to ask to pay for collection or additional collectors, is that? I mean, why is that not part of our? I mean, that's not part of what we.
We don't have it in our regs to require people to pay certain items. Now, on the other hand, if there's not a pump station there, there's not a sewer line there, the city doesn't have to run it there for them. The city can either run it or allow Baldwin County Sewer to run it, or allow the developer to run it based on what the city decides to do. But in this case, it's there already. Do I have a motion?
I will make a motion to approve it with staff's recommendations.
I've got a motion to approve staff recommendations. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay.
Nay. Nay.
I mean, let's do a hand on the ayes.
Aye.
3 ayes, and on the nays, everybody else is a nay, so that's 4 nays. Motion to approve is I got to get this right from the last time. Motion to approve is denied. So therefore, do I have a motion to deny?
So moved.
I have a motion to deny. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any of
Sorry, who was the motion?
Bernie? All in favor say aye. Okay, any opposed say nay.
Nay.
For the record, could you tell me why we're being denied, please? For the record.
All right. Moving along, the next item on the agenda.
We got to do their report. That was on
Oh, okay. You're right. I apologize. Do I have a motion on 1634? It's the same issue, it's just phase 4 rather than phase 3.
Mr. Chairman, I just didn't need to mention in previous cases where something's been denied, our city legal counsel has required us to give a reason for denial.
Okay.
So we need to make sure that that's in the minutes stated.
Okay.
I think based on the situation
I
of
think it needs
this.
to come from whoever made the motion.
Okay.
I denied it based on that we don't have a study. I agree.
So we have a denial based on that we do not have a sewer study. Okay? You want to make a motion, Bernie, for 1634?
Yeah, I make a motion that we deny 1634 based on the same criteria that I denied the other.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second it.
All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay?
Nay.
Same 4-3, Emily.
Same thing.
Yes, all right. All right, moving along. Next item on the agenda is SD 1626, a request of Dewberry Preble Rich for preliminary approval of Phase 3 Greenbrier at Firethorn. Jonathan, I'd like to go ahead and combine this with SD 1635 for the same reason, because that's just Phase 4, all right? Jonathan?
Hold on one moment, please. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This property is also part of a plan unit development. It's Phase 3 of Greenbrier at Firethorn. The total development consists of 126.37 acres. The proposed PUD consists of a total of 228 lots, and that's for all of the Firethorn development. Phase 3 of Greenbrier at Firethorn consists of 16.27 acres and 29 lots. Largest lot in this phase of the development is 28,028 square feet. Smallest lot is 15,000 square feet. Several issues were worked out for this particular development over a number of months. There is one condition as far as staff's recommendation goes. The applicant, from what I understand, has satisfied this condition, and it relates to adverse effects of drainage. The engineer has provided staff with the correct documentation addressing that particular item. If you have questions, we'll be happy to answer them. There are a lot of technical details outlined in your report. I'll just save everybody some time by not going through all of those. But if you do have questions, the applicant's authorized agent is here, and so is staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Yes, we are. We're going to combine them. Is anybody here who would like to speak on behalf of the developer?
John Avent with Dewberry Preble Rich. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you.
I'd also like to mention, due to the fact we're combining these, SD 1635 is Phase 4, and it's termed Golden Oaks at Firethorn. 31 lots are proposed, and it consists of 14.48 acres. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing for SD 1626 as well as SD 1635. I don't have anybody listed to speak about either of these items, but this is a public hearing, and now it's your chance. Would anybody like to speak to either item? Going once, going twice. In that case, I will close the public hearing. Commissioners, do you have any questions for the developer? No questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the 16, can I combine them? 16.26 and 1635, along with staff recommendations.
I've got a motion to approve both items 1626 and 1635, subject to staff recommendations. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say nay. All right, the motion passes unanimously. All right, the next item on the agenda is SD 1627, request of Dewberry Preble Ridge for preliminary plat approval of Fairhope Falls Phase 2 and 3, a 67-lot subdivision. The property is located on Highway 104 and west of Yosemite Boulevard. Jonathan?
Thank you. The property is outside of the city of Fairhope and is not zoned. It's also located outside of the city of Fairhope police and permitting jurisdictions, but it is within the city's planning jurisdiction. Phases 2 and 3 of the project contain approximately 43.24 acres and 67 lots. The subdivision originally proceeded through the village subdivision process, and the site plan was approved by the Planning Commission on April 3rd, 2006. The applicant's currently proposing preliminary plat approval for Phase 2 and Phase 3. According to the engineer of record, the current plan does differ from the previous plan only slightly. The changes include larger lots, more common area and green space, and the incorporation of several of the city's low-impact development techniques, which technically aren't required because their village site plan did not have those indicated on that site plan. So they are making improvements as far as the original plan was concerned. These changes resulted in a reduction in the total number of lots for Phase 2 and Phase 3. Phases once included 89 lots, 67 lots are now proposed. There were some issues regarding the water line, I believe. In this area, the issues have been cleared up, and staff's recommendation is to approve the request contingent upon some minor landscape issues being signed off by Ms. Fiddler. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. John, are you handling this one also? Do you have anything to add? Or?
No, John Avent, Dewberry Preble Ridge. You have any questions? I'll be happy to answer them, hopefully.
Thank you, John.
Jonathan, there was an issue with the flow analysis. Did that get solved?
Yes, sir.
And can I ask you, who permitted the house to be built that's out there on the front?
That's part of Phase 1. That was permitted by Silver Hills Building Permit Department, from what I understand.
Why did we issue a permit for a house before we approved the subdivision?
That subdivision was already approved, and the plat has been recorded. That's Phase 1. We're dealing with Phase 2 and Phase 3 right now.
Okay.
And pay for it.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. There's no one listed to speak about this item. Would anybody like to speak about this item at this point? If not, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing now. Commissioners, do you have any questions for the developer? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move for approval with staff's recommendations.
I second.
I've got an approval, and I have a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That item passes unanimously.
So we need to go get Mr. Conyers?
Yes, he can come in now. Thank you.
Ms. McKellar, that didn't include Phase 4. There isn't a Phase 4 for that. I think you may have been looking at the previous application or the verandas.
I was.
Okay, just wanted to clear that up.
What I was reading, I was trying to figure what school district that is, if it's Silver Hill jurisdiction, if that's Fairhope City Schools or Summerdale Schools.
I'm not sure. I've tried to contact the city clerk there, and we've played phone tag a time or two and haven't connected. So.
Can we start getting in our staff reports what school districts these are impacting?
Sure. Absolutely.
All right, the next item on the agenda is SD 1637, and this is like and I'd like to combine that with SD 1703. Again, the same reason, they're just different phases for the same development. That way we can look at them both.
Which one are you combining it with?
1637 and 1703.
1703.
Yes, sir.
Okay, the subject site we're dealing with here is the Verandas, Phase 1, 62-lot subdivision as mentioned. The site consists of approximately 75 acres. 40 of those acres are wetlands, approximately. 62 lots are proposed. The largest lot is around 24,550 square feet. The smallest lot's around 9,425 square feet. The property is unzoned in Baldwin County and is part of the Verandas Village site plan that was approved previously by the Planning Commission. That site plan, I believe, was approved 2 to 3 months ago. I think 3 meetings ago. The proposed layout of the development appears to be in substantial compliance with the City of Fairhope subdivision regulations and the village site plan approval, with the exception of a couple of minor conditions that are outlined by the city's third-party engineer. Staff engaged Mr. Larry Smith, PE, with SE Civil Engineering for the third-party review, and his conditions are attached to our report. We do recommend approval contingent upon the conditions being satisfied or the deficiencies noted by Mr. Smith being satisfied on the plat and plans. For SD 1703, that's part of the same subdivision. This site consists of 57.88 acres. 114 lots are proposed. Largest lot is 25,045 square feet. The smallest is 9,750 square feet. You can see there's a range of lot sizes, which does fit within the village concept as far as the village subdivision regulations are concerned. As with the last application, we went over the proposed layout appears to be in substantial compliance with the City of Fairhope subdivision regulations and the village site plan approval, with the exception of a few minor conditions outlined by Mr. Larry Smith, PE, with SE Civil Engineering. Staff recommends approval contingent upon the plans being revised to reflect the correction of deficiencies noted by Mr. Smith. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Is there anybody here who would like to speak on behalf of the developer? Okay, I'll go ahead in that case and open the public hearing at this point. Would anybody like to speak to either SD 1637 or 1703? This is the 62-lot subdivision at the intersection of Highway 104 and Lawrence Road, roughly. Would anybody like to speak about this item? If not, I'll close the public hearing and turn the meeting over to the commissioners. Commissioners, any questions for our developer?
I have a question about the that straightaway, which I didn't catch this whenever I was looking at the reviews, but the Trento Street, when it comes down, that one straightaway, I'm wondering how long that is and if it needs to have a traffic calming device. And I don't know, Jonathan, it's called Trento Street. It's off of, I guess 104. You see that straightaway there? Is that something that's going to trigger our traffic calming device? It's over 640.
We're 660 feet. Hold on one moment. Let me try to find the street that we're dealing with. I believe there are planned stop signs where Trento Street and Turin Avenue intersect. I'm not sure about that. The engineer may have to address this.
Well, the straightaway I'm talking about is once it curves onto, next to the pond.
Yeah.
That's probably about 600.
It's right. Yeah, it's
about the cutoff.
I mean, if you go where it actually turns into a straightaway, you're looking at a little less than 600 feet.
Okay. So it wouldn't require it.
That's the way I see it. I'm just looking at this small plat, but.
And then Mr. Cordy and I had talked about the landscaping, but I have not checked the notes on the plan. So I just wanted to make sure I needed to look at that before we approve it. So if that can be added I don't know if that's part of our recommendations. I just like to make sure I look at the landscape plan.
Anything else?
I can make a motion.
Motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve 1703 and 1637 with staff recommendations, and also caveat that I approve the horticulturist approves the the tree planting plans and the tree plan for the verandas.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? All right. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. All right. Motion passes unanimously. All right. Next item on the agenda is SD 1638. Public hearing to consider the request of Dewberry Preble Rich for a plat approval of Graceway subdivision, a two-lot minor division. The property is located on the west side of Bishop Road, just north of Edwards Avenue. Jonathan?
The subject property involved in this request is zoned R5, which is the city's high-density multifamily residential district. 2 lots are proposed. The total site area is around 5.44 acres. The largest lot in the development is around 4.8 acres, which is intended to be developed later into a senior living retirement community type complex. The remaining 0.63 acres include 1 legal lot of record, and that lot is carved out with wetlands in the back that are to be excluded from the main parcel to be developed. Obviously, this is a 2-lot minor subdivision, so there aren't very many issues that could relate to this. So staff recommends the Planning Commission approve the plat as proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Is there anyone here to speak on behalf of the applicant? Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
John Avent, any questions? I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. I'll go ahead and open the public hearing now. Is Tawny King here? She can come up and speak.
Tawny King, 20841 Bishop. Good evening. I'm sorry I'm not more well prepared for this, but I just got information about this hearing last night. To tell you a little bit about the property, we bought our property, which is adjacent to this piece that they're looking at splitting. We bought it, and 2 days later, there was a sign that said pending. Now, every time I've looked at tax records, it's still showing as agricultural property. We have a septic tank in our yard. Our next door neighbor to us, she had a septic tank, but due to the fact that there was building going on, her property won't perk anymore. So she had to go city sewer. We still have no problem, but I'm afraid when they start developing and building, it's going to go and drain right into our yard because we already have issues with their property draining into our yard. Second of all, they're looking at building right on our property line, right through my bedroom window. We have 1.25 acres. We bought there so that we were off the beaten path. We didn't want to be on top of people. All of our neighbors, we all have we have 1.25, then it's 1.35, then 1.3. We all have nice, long, open, we all have a good relationship with another, and we don't live on top of each other. We don't want to live on top of people, and there's no fencing put up there. They're right, literally when they came to my house, I have 2 large dogs. The surveyor came into my yard, looking in through my daughter's window to take shots. Never once knocked on the door to say he was coming, or can I come over and do anything. They just walked on in, and he's lucky my dogs weren't out, because now every time I let my dogs out, I have to be very afraid that they're out there, because they've come 3 or 4 times to come and stake. Not once have they even come to the door to ask. Second of all, they had someone out doing a perk, and it will not perk back there. That gentleman sat there and talked with me, asked us how our perk was doing, if we had any issues. He had come over, let us know what he was going to be doing, just to let us know, so he wasn't violating our privacy. Sorry. So when he was explaining what was going on with the property over there, it really started freaking us out, knowing that somebody is going to be looking in our window at all times without any regard to even knocking on our door and asking us if we wanted to be part of this hearing. If we want, there's, from the letter that the person that we're buying the house from, the letter that she got, which was from Fairhope, this was only about a 40-unit retirement complex going in. That's what the letter stated that this meeting was about tonight. It wasn't about breaking this into two or two homes, or I really, from looking at this, I don't understand what they're asking, what they're going to do with this.
Today is simply for a subdivision to subdivide the wetlands out from the rest of the lot. We're not looking at a site plan review or a multifamily occupancy review at this point. That will come later. We're simply looking at the right of the owner to divide his property into two parcels, regardless of what, we've been told that they ultimately want to put some type of retirement center there. But at this point, this doesn't have anything, to do with that ultimate usage of the land. This just has to do with subdividing it into two parcels.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, and I'm sorry. We do have an application for the senior living facility in our office, but the applicant elected to table that until next month to work out issues. Yes,
right. But I'm just saying, right now, yeah. I mean, we understand that that's coming, but right now that doesn't have anything to do with the subdivision today. Today, we're simply looking at the subdivision of this into two parcels.
Well, notices went out for both the two-lot subdivision and the 48-unit retirement complex.
Well, they're looking. If they want to break this apart, why does it have to be on a homeowner's land? Why can't it be on the other side of the property that's next to a HEPA? Why does it have to be on top of other homeowners? It's listed as agricultural land. Why are we subdividing this? If it's wetlands, how are we subdividing everything off and still considering this agricultural land?
Jonathan, my note says this is R5. Is this R5?
It is. It's R5. The county tax records are not known to be 100% accurate, so I don't want to bash on that, but that's a revenue issue. So.
Honestly, there's so much traffic down our street as it is. We've got a school directly across from there, almost directly across. There's not enough parking for anybody to go and see their kids during times, to pick their kids up. People are flying up and down it. It's a 25-mile-an-hour zone. It backs up Morphe. It backs up Gayfer Extension. We can't even get out of our driveway, and we're looking at adding more traffic. What I'm asking of you is that we can do the moratorium, give it the 6 months. We want to see what's actually going to happen with all this building going on. There is way too much too fast. We have the AHEPA home, and then all down Edwards is all senior living. We've got houses being built left and right around here. We've got how many homes sitting open right now for sale that aren't even filled? Why do we need to build more right now? Why can't we give this 6 months? And because we want to see what it's going to do to our house. This is going to bring my property value down. It's going to help them and hurt us. So I would ask you, please, to give it the 6 months. Wait it out. See what's going to happen. Because if this goes fast, just like everything else is going fast, we're going to get washed away just like everybody else has right now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Concerns. And again, all we're discussing today is not the retirement.
Well, it's being broken apart because of the two. Right. There's two people building is what's happening. Is what we've been told is one person's building a house portion, the other person is going to be building the retirement portion.
We're not looking at the multifamily review at this meeting. We're just looking at the subdivision at this point.
I do understand that, but I'm saying if we split it apart, that's just starting everything. And if it's just one house being built, then they can.
My point is we've got to have a legal reason to deny a subdivision. So that's my point to you, is that, you know, people have private property rights, and if everything meets on the subdivision regulations, we don't have a right to deny it. We will have the, you know, at a later date, it will be coming back from the multifamily review.
So they have no.
And that's the note that you got. The notice that you saw apparently was not for the subdivision, but for the multifamily review, which has been tabled at this point. Is that right, Jonathan?
That's correct, yeah.
So.
I'd like to also mention, in the past, the city, you know, didn't even have a real review mechanism as far as a public input type situation for a multifamily project. And when we added the multiple occupancy project review portion into the subregs, that gave the public some voice. So I would say, you know, if there is an issue with that, I would say that, you know, people should come out and express their concerns. But at this time, we are just dealing with a 2-lot minor subdivision. So.
Right. So keep up with the city about the multifamily review and make sure you come back for that meeting. That's what I'm suggesting.
So so basically, if it passes today, they're splitting off that chunk.
If it passes or doesn't pass, they can come back with an R5 approval. From what I understand, they're just trying to get the wetlands out of this to make it easier for a grant that they're looking at, and that other portion won't be developed. But I don't know that for sure, and I don't know the details in this. But whether they subdivide it or not, they can come in for an R5 approval one way or the other. This is just a separate item because they're coming in for a subdivision for reasons, from what I understand, is to separate out the wetlands from the better portion of the property.
My question is, though, then, if they're separating just the wetlands and making that the wetlands in the back and the property in the front, they have their stakes already out for that small part. Say that builder says, okay, we got our R5. We're selling this small portion right here that's already been graded off. We're selling that off to whoever is buying it because it's already been determined. I mean, what kind of building permit do you have? It's not like I can fight somebody about building a house. I can fight about building a condo or multi-unit. But you can't do that for just a small unit.
You fight about somebody building a house. I mean, if it's zoned R5, they've got as much of a right to build an apartment as if it's zoned R1, they have to build a house. But, you know, people normally don't fight against neighbors building houses. They normally fight against building apartments because that's what people, you know, like versus what they don't like. But regardless, all I'm telling you is the multifamily review is going to come later. We're just looking at the subdivision today.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Would anybody else like to speak on this item? All right, in that case, I'll close the public hearing. Are there any questions for the developer? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Move approval.
I've got a motion to approve the 2-lot subdivision. Do I have a second? Any further? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Moving through the agenda, next item is SD 1701. Public hearing to consider the request of HMR for a village subdivision approval of Colony Woods, a 4-lot subdivision. The property is located at the east end of Hawthorne Lane.
Commission, you know, it should fall under old business, I suppose, at this point. But I have Dan McCrory here, Water and Sewer Superintendent. Mayor Wilson called him up here to maybe shed some light on some of our sewer issues that we were discussing earlier, just to give the commission some more information. I know that action's already been taken, but Dan is here, and I think he'd like to say a few words about the projects we were discussing,
okay,
which are Firethorn and, well, actually, Old Battles Village is the primary project. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Currently, we're fixed to engage the service of a professional engineer to do a utility study on our collection system. Purpose of that is to determine where the weaknesses are, where the strengths are, and to develop a 5, 10, and 15-year plan so when the city council and mayor sit down and start budgeting over the next 5, 10, 15 years, they have a document to go by. What this is going to tell us also is what when our immediate needs are. And that study is going to take about 45 days to do. So going forward, armed with that knowledge, when you're approving these or disapproving these subdivisions, knowing that we're going to have this utility study in hand to be able to help us move forward. So any questions?
So when does it begin, Dan?
Well, it's coming up on the next council agenda to approve it, an engineering firm to get one hired and let the mayor negotiate the fees for that at the next council meeting. I believe, is that right, Mayor?
And then 2 weeks after that, they approved the amount. It was a situation with Gary Cowles. His son died in that accident, and that's what delayed the whole process for the engineering study.
Okay.
So we have another engineer.
Will this be in a form that we can put it into our subdivision regs so that we can use that as a item for approval or disapproval of a subdivision?
I think what we need to do is wait till we get the study back and then start talking about those things while this moratorium is going on so we can figure out how we're going to put that in place. I think would be the prudent thing.
Okay.
Dan, what do you anticipate time frame for doing the study?
I think we had 45 days in there. I believe is what we had in there. 45 days.
We have, almost a month off that way, and next week on the agenda, approve negotiating the scope and fee, and then 2 weeks after that, you bring it back and they approve that. So, I mean, it's government.
It's just a process that we have to go through that has been set up over the years, the way you have to hire an engineering firm, negotiate the fees, bring it back to the council for approval, then sign the contract and go to work. But as soon as they do that, we're going to hit the... Right.
Do you have a scope of services written up that you're going to be able to
Yes.
solicit bids?
Yes, we do.
Did we get copies of that?
The mayor's working on that now.
Any other questions while Dan's here?
I'm sorry, I'm at 2 meetings tonight, so this one and tried to get up here to this one real quick. So
We appreciate you're on the dime up here on some of these things, and, this is your shoulders, and we rely very heavily on you, so.
And I can shoulder it, not a step for a stepper. We can get it done. All right?
Thank you, Dan.
All right.
Okay.
This is a nice little plan, isn't it? Jennifer doesn't like it because it's got a gravel.
You ready for it to move on?
I do too. It's kind of hippie, so like that little commune sort of thing.
I want to recommend a motion to reconsider the Battles Village after the study. If you can do that, because denial, we don't want him to wait. We're still trying to, figure out what is the right thing to do to protect all of the citizens. And if we can do that, and you would agree to that, I think that would be the fair thing to do.
You're asking for a withdrawal to?
What we have to do is rescind. The person who makes the motion has to rescind the motion. The person who seconds it has to agree, and it'll open back up for additional discussion and an additional review period.
Okay.
And you can make another motion.
After the study.
If you were to, it's the mayor's recommendation to approve it contingent upon the study being completed and the findings being known to the city.
I rescind.
Okay, who seconded that?
But I rescind too.
Okay.
So we add in the 48 days that it takes to do that?
I would say the motion should contain the condition that the sewer study is completed and whatever findings are rendered, the city will take action and complete whatever issues there may be prior to breaking ground at the Old Battles Village Phase 3 and 4 subdivision applications.
I will entertain a motion.
Yeah, I'll make the motion to approve based on Jonathan's comments, based on the reviews and staff recommendations.
Based on the staff recommendations and the water.
Yeah,
and what is the study called?
What was the time frame, Jonathan?
It's the
Based on the
utility study.
And the utility study being completed within,
Say 60 days. Is that safe?
let's say 90 days.
Okay.
I say motions for 60 days. Get the study back, know what it says.
60 days is enough? Okay. I've got a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Any further discussion? All,
Once the study is done, because we're playing this out for, so we have the study, and then we see the findings, and then we know what's going to needs to happen.
Right.
And then we figure out who needs to do what, whether it's the city or the developer.
Yeah.
And then we move forward. Okay?
That's right. That's right.
You're absolutely right.
Okay, that.
is that what the motion states, Emily?
The only reason I brought it up was the citizens, the safety, the well-being. That's what we're here for. We're not here to hurt developers. We don't want it backlashed on us that we keep approving stuff and the developing is happening over and over again. That we need to be cautious.
All right, I've got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say nay. And we've got one abstention.
I'll abstain too.
You want to abstain? Okay. But Jimmy needs to, he was out.
He was out.
Unfortunately, so 2 abstentions on that case. All right, next item on the agenda is SD 1701, public hearing to consider the request of HMR for a village subdivision approval of Colony Woods, a 4-lot subdivision. Property is located at the east end of Hawthorne Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The subject property is in the city's planning jurisdiction and is unzoned in Baldwin County. Total site area is around 17 acres. 4 lots are proposed, with the largest lot being around 5.59 acres, the smallest lot being around 23,000 square feet, roughly a little over half an acre. The project's very simple in design. The applicant wishes to maintain the environmentally quaint integrity of the subject property. The use for the property will include 3 single-family lots, and 1 lot will include an existing single-family home and a market farm that will provide the Fairhope community with fresh seasonal produce per the applicant. The owner is in the process of obtaining an organic certification for the proposed farm. The applicant is applying for a village subdivision site plan, preliminary plat, and final plat approval simultaneously due to the simple nature of the proposal. With the subdivision being only 4 lots, the major subdivision provisions and requirements were not triggered by the subdivision regulations. The applicant came before the Planning Commission for an informal review, and I felt like the Planning Commission thought that this was environmentally more friendly than what could be done, which could, potentially, you could have a road cut through there, or at least a proposed development with a road, a paved asphalt road, and the applicant would like to just maintain the gravel drive. But the village subdivision provisions allow for flexibility in design if you have a certain number of acres, which I believe it's 3 acres or more, similar to our plan unit development requirements for properties inside the city. Anyway, the applicant chose to go with this because they wanted to keep it simple. They didn't want to do anything elaborate. They just wanted to use that gravel drive, and the lots won't front on a public paved right-of-way, which would be typical of a subdivision in Fairhope. And that public paved right-of-way would be, up to the city's standard code as far as right-of-way width, pavement depth, and compaction tests and all that kind of stuff. But in this case, they're just wanting a simple 4-lot subdivision accessed from a private gravel road. And according to the applicant, and I believe some residents showed up at the informal review and stated they would rather have a gravel road than any kind of paved road go through there. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. I see the applicant out there. Do you have anything to add, or would you like me to open the public hearing first? Okay, I'll go ahead and open the public hearing on this item. This is a 4-lot subdivision. Colony Woods, located at the east end of Hawthorne Lane. Would anybody in the audience like to speak about this item? Now's the chance. All right, in that case, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and turn the meeting over to the commissioners. Do you have any questions for the applicant who is in the audience right now?
I'd like to commend them for a great idea and wish you the very best of luck. I think this is going to be something that we could use.
I'll make a motion we approve.
I'll second it.
Okay, I've got a motion, a second. Further discussion. I'd like to say further discussion. I love the idea and the proposal. We've got the issues of the 100-foot fronting the public street, the gravel on the right of way. I know we're coming under the village. Do we need to put any notes in the motion for future reference that, that we're approving this under the village subdivision, just to kind of cover the exceptions that would be made if this was a regular subdivision?
You certainly can, but due to the fact that they're applying for a village subdivision, those regulations really don't apply.
Kind of redundant anyway, though.
Yes, sir.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Jonathan. Any other further discussion? In that case, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Excellent. Moving along.
Mr. Chairman, before we move along, as a point of order on the SD 1625 that we gave reconsideration to and approved.
Yes, sir.
We had a separate motion that we denied SD 1634. Just for the record, let's make sure we're going to do the same thing on that too, to kind of keep our house in order.
For the record, I understand that 16.2.
And make the motion for
34.
25 and 1634 both.
Right.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay, with one abstention.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. You're welcome for that out.
I said yes.
It was, he was
voted yes.
the abstaining.
The abstention was Jimmy Conyers.
I'm sorry, I said yes.
Okay, but you abstained on the other one.
I abstained on the first time. This time I vote yes.
All right, next item on the agenda, it might be SD 1702, I believe. Public hearing request to consider the request of Dewberry Preble Rich LLC for a preliminary plat approval of Anthem Oaks, a 23-lot subdivision. The property is located at the southeast corner of County Road 32 and Mandrill Lane. Tom?
Thank you. This site consists of 30 acres. 23 lots are proposed. The largest lot is approximately 1.3 acres. Smallest lot's around 1 acre. The proposed layout of the development appears to be in substantial compliance with the City of Fairhope subdivision regulations, with the exception of a couple of minor conditions, a few conditions that were identified by our third-party engineer review by SE Civil Engineering, Mr. Larry Smith, P.E. The applicant is incorporating 8 of the 15 approved methods for low-impact design desired by the city. By only using 8, of course, the applicant has requested a waiver to the 10 minimum requirements. The applicants provided a detailed narrative explaining which methods will be used and the reasons why they will be used. The narrative also details the reasons other preferred LID techniques will not be used due to the site characteristics. As I mentioned, we hired Larry Smith to help us with this review. He and I reviewed it. He reviewed it and I reviewed it when it came back and forth into our office. And staff does recommend the Planning Commission approve the proposed Anthem Oaks preliminary plat and the minor waiver request contingent upon the applicant revising the plans to reflect the minor deficiencies noted by Mr. Larry Smith. Thank you.
Anything to add to that?
I know y'all are getting sick of me.
There were a few. We'd be home by now.
Oh, it's past my bedtime, too. First of all, before we jump into this, I want to really thank you guys for resending that application. That's been devastated. And I also want to thank the mayor and the city council at least be proactive on the sewer system. I've been an advocate. working in the city for many years, Dan's always had a concern about the sewer system, and he's always tried to stay on top of it, and he's, thank God, they're on top of it and being proactive to do the sewer study and hopefully have the upgrades and keep the city going. So I just want to appreciate everyone for that. Having said that, going back to the application, the only thing I can say about this particular development, these will be 1 acre lots minimal. We went through a lot of iterations of how we lay these lots out, how we gonna do the drainage and everything. Because if you ever see the property, it's gorgeous. It's got big oaks all the way through it. So we tried to design the drainage and the lots in a configuration that we can save, particularly the massive oaks on this. We can't save all of them, but we're going to save a majority of them. So I think it's going to be a tremendous asset for Fairhope in the extraterritorial jurisdiction.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll go ahead and open the public hearing at this time. I've got Harry Sherman listed to speak. Well, I'm going to take the list first. Mr. Sherman, if you'll, for the record, let Emily know your
Sure.
address.
Harry Sherman, 12113 Mandrill Lane. And it's just kind of short and sweet. We have a really nice little street there, and it's very low traffic, and kids love to ride their bikes and everything on there. And I'm opposed to the entrance from Mandrill Lane. You've already got one on 32. So, I mean, I just wanted to voice my opinion about that.
Okay, thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
A little slower than him.
It's okay.
Name and address is there. I also, Ron Anderson's my name. I also live on Mandrill Lane. Back in 1957, my wife and I moved to Fairhope. A few years later, we moved out to where we live now on Mandrill Lane. We preferred the country to the city. Mandrill Lane is not inhabited by a lot of people. The original subdivision that we bought into was called Hillview Subdivision. And it was a subdivision that had restrictions on it. I had to sign those restrictions. And we've lived according to them, as well as my neighbors have too, I'm sure. The subdivision was composed of, first of all, I got a question. On the plot for the proposed subdivision over where the oak forest was, it's gorgeous oak forest that will no longer be gorgeous. How anybody can put a subdivision of that many houses and run pipes and streets all through there without tearing up all them trees ought to be a pretty cute trick. But anyhow, the original subdivision, or most of it, according to the best information I have, is in the Hillview subdivision. The Hillview subdivision originally took into account 28 lots. I live on number 26. My neighbor over here lives on number 27. Fellow that just spoke over here, I think he lives on number 17 or 18. Many of those lots were where the oak forest is currently existing. Now, it's kind of a cute thing. How do you take a subdivision and put it on top of another subdivision? Now, according to the original agenda that I signed many years ago, there was a restriction on people that bought there. One of the restrictions was nobody could have less than 1 acre of land, which is true. Most of the people had more than 1 acre. I have an acre. Several of these people have 1 acre also. The restriction stated that those were good for 20 years. At the end of 20 years, that they would be automatically renewed in 10-year increments after that, unless somebody opposed it. To my knowledge, there's been nobody that's opposed that. If they have, they've never brought it to my attention, and I don't think they've brought it to the attention of my neighbors either. So there's something kind of cute going on here. How do we put a subdivision on top of a subdivision? Now, the other thing that kind of puzzles me a little bit is this subdivision is not in city limits. It's in the county, right? Who approves the plot of this subdivision? Who really approves it? Who really says this is the way it can be done? Do you fellows do that?
In the ETJ, we do, and it goes in front of the county as well.
I understand, you know, that the city of Fairhope has some interest in the county. I'm on county water and I'm on county sewer. So I understand that. So are a lot of people down there Fish River as of recent years. Years ago, it didn't. When I bought out there, Mandra Lane was a dirt road, you know. The other thing I object to is we're in an area that is really a nice area. There's not many people that live there. But some of them have kids. Obviously, I don't any longer. My grandchildren are over 20. But that's beside the point. Incidentally, they still live there. We have kind of a community thing at our place, several generations. It's been a very peaceful place to live, you know. People can ride their bicycles out on Mandro Lane a little bit. It's a street that has virtually no traffic. That's what everybody wanted. That's why we got out of the city and went out into the country, you know. Now they want to put this massive subdivision, which is supposed to be a high-end subdivision. Either way, it doesn't make any difference. If you've got 23 lots, you're going to have 45 cars that are going to be going in and out of that subdivision twice a day. Fairhope Avenue is now going to go right by my front door. I object to that. I object to it very strongly. I think it's poor planning. I think these fellows, of course, have a right to do what they want with their property. How in the devil they managed to take a subdivision that exists, somebody owned those lots. So obviously somebody, originally I heard there was an old lady in Mobile that owned all that property and had it for sale for about $1 million and some odd dollars, and nobody wanted to buy it. Obviously here recently somebody has bought the property. But a good number of those lots, about 12 of the lots that were part of the original subdivision, are that oak forest, which is now supposedly going to be subdivided into a subdivision by a different name. I'm not so sure as I understand how that works.
Okay. I'll ask the developer that question.
You know, and as far as they're developing it, they want to exit one of their exits right smack in the middle of Mandro Lane. So they want to take half of their traffic at least and dump it right into the middle of the little subdivision that still exists and is inhabited by a few people. In essence, Mandro Lane, or part of it, now becomes their entranceway. There ought to be a law against stuff like that. You know, I think that's an abuse of other people's property. You know, if you want to get along with your neighbors, that's not the way to do it. That's about all I can say. People have a right to do what they want to. That don't mean other people have to like it. I was kind of interested, though, in who the attorney should call on some of this stuff. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right. Would anybody else like to speak to this item? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Brenda Johnson. I live at 16846 River Park Road. I am Mr. Anderson's neighbor. I don't live adjacent to the property, but what goes on that piece of property has to do with several people in here, and it affects us in many different ways. It's more than what happens on Mandrel. That's an issue. What happens adjacent to these properties is an issue. There's also another issue as to Timony Lane, which is a little lane that runs down the side of the back of this subdivision. I live on the corner of River Park and Timony. So what happens in this subdivision affects me as well, and I'm not adjacent to it. It affects Ms. Owens and several people down Timony in the fact that we already have a water runoff issue. We have a natural flow of the land and the way the water runs, and it's already an issue. I live that issue every time it rains. Between Miss Owens and Diane Lowry, the next neighbor, we have a lake there when it rains. So we would like to know how this is going to affect, as Mr. Anderson said, our little piece of heaven out there, because that's why we built out there. And I also live in this subdivision, and I don't know how you're going to build a subdivision on a subdivision. And I had to sign a little piece of paper too. So I have a lot of unanswered questions, as well as many of these homeowners. And I realize, again, they have the right to do what they want to do, but it's more than just these people are subdividing it, and so let's just do this. It affects so many things. I don't understand how in the world we can be standing here when I live in the county and we're talking about something that's not downtown Fairhope. It's way out in a really little peaceful, quiet paradise we live in. So I have a real hard time with that too. But I would ask that you listen to these folks. They are my neighbors, and we protect each other. We look out for each other, and at the end of the day, when bad stuff happens, we take care of each other. And I think this is bad stuff, I think. I know they've got a right to do what they want to do, but it's going to affect a lot of people, and I think we have a lot of unanswered questions. The other thing is, I think we're ill-prepared in that we didn't get the information to do anything. I'm not adjacent, but it sure affects me. It sure affects Miss Owen. It affects Lynn Long, and she's over on 32. It affects this gentleman, and he's down Mandrell. It affects so many people that are not adjacent. The other kind of scary thing is there are some really adjacent people here, and I don't think they're here tonight. And I'm not sure that they're not here because they don't know. Because there's one man in particular that I can assure you, I know him. He would be up here first in front of all of us. And I'm just not sure he knows. And it's really sad because we didn't have time to prepare. And when I came here tonight, I thought it was to be informed and to find out. I really didn't realize what I just saw happen with that previous subdivision. Oh my gosh, I don't even know what to say. And I don't know what's going to happen with this tonight, but I wasn't prepared for that. And I know my neighbors weren't. Otherwise, there'd be 30 of us sitting here instead of a half a dozen of us who just didn't know. I got this letter from a lady that is adjacent who had to leave due to something that happened. But we kind of, again, we look out for each other. We make copies of the letter. We've distributed them. But the people that also need to talk, unfortunately, aren't here. But on Timony, there is a drainage issue. I know we live it every day. We take care of Timony. It's not a county-maintained road. I can think of 7 questions that come to mind about Timony by itself as to, are these people going to come out on Timony? Where's the water going to go? Are they going to open up Timony all the way down to the river? What are they going to do with Timony regarding anything that they might run under around the roads? Because one thing I can tell you, the people that maintain Timony Lane aren't here. But I can tell you the last bill we just spent was $7,500 to put gravel on our road because the county quit maintaining it, which is unbelievable. So they put their hard-earned dollars into this money to maintain this road, which goes right by my house. And because I don't travel it, but I could, I maintain the front of it. And I just spent money trying to take care of the entrance of it. So what you don't see is that it is a gorgeous piece of property. Everybody has a right to do what they want to do, but it affects a lot of people. And I'm glad we got the letter to be here. And I know there's a few people that need to speak, but everybody that has a legitimate issue is on a different piece of this property. So I would just ask that you listen and put yourself in our shoes before you approve something that I think a lot of us just weren't prepared to come here and talk about tonight. I'm not big into getting into the public and causing waves, but when it affects my piece of paradise, I'm going to take care of me and the people that live around me. And so please listen to what they've got to say and don't make a decision based on just these pictures, but because there's a lot going on here. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, would anybody else like to speak? Yes, sir. And if somebody's already said that what you're going to say, if you could just agree with it so we can move on through the meeting. If you'll state your name and your...
My name is James Long. I live at 12484 County Road 32.
I'm sorry, what's the street?
12484 County Road 32. I am not in the notification area, but I came here 2010. I don't know how many of y'all were up here on the board when the stormwater runoff was brought up as an issue in Baldwin County. And they came before y'all to request $5,000 or something of that nature to campaign for the stormwater runoff tax. And at that time, I was fighting the zoning in District 14 because of the 2025 plan, the master plan. The stormwater runoff, what it actually represents is that if you own a piece of property and you have more than 12% of the property is impervious by house, driveway, or any other surface that does not absorb water, you would pay a penalty under this stormwater runoff that was recommended. And I came to the city of Fairhope and asked them not to finance the political side of the stormwater runoff at that time, and that was the reason why. And this is something that y'all need to consider now as you are considering these subdivisions. If a subdivision covers more than 12% of the property with impervious surface, in the future, because our senators have already passed it statewide, stormwater runoff. I don't know whether you're aware of that or not. But anyway, someday you're going to implement stormwater runoff taxes to properties to finance the drainage to handle the stormwater runoff. Some point in time, it's already in the state legislature. You already have the power to do it now. So when you're studying these subdivisions, you need to look at impervious surface, how much impact it's going to have. Just like these neighbors here, the water from one subdivision being developed is being diverted on another person's property, and that's illegal. Even though there's a drainage ditch there, you cannot increase the water flow. You have to keep the water flow the same. The reason I know this is in 1986, I built a house on North Bond Secure Street. The city went in and enlarged the ball fields up on Valana. Inadvertently, you took out terraces that were diverting the water off the property of the city, and it funneled it right onto my property, and all of a sudden my chain link fence is 4 foot in the air. So we had to go in and re-divert the water on the ball field so that water would not come at one time. And that's the reason I came here today, to speak on these developments of this subdivision on 104. Is you have to consider how much water is going to be diverted by impervious surface, and it must be maintained on that piece of property so that the water that's leaving that property does not exceed what it does today. And you was talking about the 100-year flood. How many of you remember the flood of 1980? That's when the rain cloud came in out of the bay and dumped 20 inches of water on Fairhope. It washed everything away. 1996, Danny set it at the mouth of Fort Morgan and dumped 20 inches of rain in Baldwin County. So we are diverted by the water that's around us, and we cannot control how much comes out of it. But you have the responsibility that when you're approving these subdivisions, that the amount of water that's running off the property does not leave that property. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Would anybody else wish to speak? Yes, ma'am.
My name's James Johnson. I'm 16846 River Park Road. I want to ask a question. When you were up here earlier, and like we said, we didn't get, there was one person got the letter, and she spread it among the neighborhood. You said that there were, and y'all were talking back and forth, you know these codes and stuff, it was 8 items that they went for versus 10 items, and to get by different things, and there was some kind of amendment that they, can you elaborate on that for us so that we as citizens will know what you're talking about?
Yeah, hey, Jonathan, let's do that when the developer comes up and he can explain the LID items to you at that time, because I'm going to get him to explain the water runoff as well.
That'll work.
And to answer the last gentleman's question, there are 2 engineers have reviewed this and stated that the water runoff won't be more than in 100 years. Anybody else wish to speak to this? Yes, ma'am.
My name is Stacy Coate, and I too live in the Hillview subdivision, and my house is actually the corner lot in the curve. So the proposed entrance that they want to put on Mandrill Lane will basically be in my front yard. Like everybody else that lives out there, we like the fact that there isn't traffic and it is just a quiet street for all of us to live on. We live out there and it's unzoned. That's how we like it. My husband drives a flatbed truck and trailer for a living, and he parks it in our yard. And no one currently has a problem with that, but if you put all these houses over there, you know, what happens when they start having an issue with it, even though we're unzoned and what he's doing is not illegal. Like everybody else, I just kind of feel like we already live in a subdivision, and it is a small subdivision. We don't want someone else's entrance and traffic on our quiet street. That's why we live in the county in an unzoned area. If we wanted traffic and little tiny yards, we would be in the city of Fairhope. That's not what we wanted. That's not why we bought out there. So I just feel like we're just kind of being bullied a little bit on that. And I don't think anybody that lives on Mandrill Lane is interested in that entrance being placed on our street. Highway 32 or County Road 32 is a major thoroughfare and it's busy. Why would you put a subdivision entrance on a quiet residential street that is part of an altogether different subdivision? Thank you.
Yes, sir, you've already spoken, but if you have anything quickly to add, we need to move along.
I'd like to just add a little bit to the gentleman that lives over on Highway 32 on the rain runoff. The orange here is a new subdivision. The pink is Mandrill Lane. This is the center of it. That's an oak forest. When they cut down the majority of those trees, the ability of that land to absorb water is going to change drastically. And of course, the adding of houses and driveways and roads is going to make it even worse. This is going to become like a river that's going to feed right down here. This area is just a little bit higher than this area. So you know which way the water is going to flow? It's going to flow right past my door and right past some of their doors. Right now, when we get 20 inches of rain, we get a lot. But we make it because there's a pretty good drainage system down Highway 33 going south. But you start adding this there, and there's going to be a problem. That water's not going to be absorbed, and it's going to follow that road. That road is going to be a canal right into Mandrill Lane. I could bet money on it. And if it happens, we'll have to do something about it.
Anyone else wish to speak? Yes, sir.
Kenneth Palmer, 12422 County Road 32. I'm here for my parents. They own the property directly next to the subdivision. The biggest problem we have is we're concerned about what we call the oak grove. There's 100-year-old trees, probably older than that in there. And we just want to make sure that all those trees, you know, we're concerned about them, because that was an encampment during the Civil War, and those trees are just amazing in there. But that's our biggest concern right there.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
My name is Joe Owens, and I live at 16772 River Park Road, which is County Road 33. And I live on the I live off where Timony Lane is, right beside my house, and right across Timony Lane from her house. And my backyard now is holding water, but I have a 4-foot elevation between one side of my house, even though it's pretty wide, the other side. And considering with all their building right up here to my left, if I'm standing backwards, that water already comes down. Ooh, excuse me. It already comes down, and it's puddled right now on the lower side of my house and in the back. And if we add all that concrete there building other houses, it's just going to be more of it coming down. Not talking about the traffic that we're talking about at Timony Lane. There's not too much traffic now, but there's a lot of people that do a lot of walking. They're all rural, and it'll just be, I mean, 32 is busy. Well, we're going to get traffic off 32. It's going to make the circle off the other entrance on Timony Lane. Timony Lane, well, that's it. So that's all I got to say. It's getting too populated as it is. We like it the way it is. We bought out there about it was in, I guess, 1975 that I've lived there. At the time I moved there was nobody there except maybe 1 or 2 houses. And like everybody said, that's why we bought out there. That's why we wanted to be there. And I would really like for y'all to reconsider that.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak to this? In that case, I'll close the public hearing. I would like to answer one comment. The city of Fairhope does have authority over the extraterritorial jurisdiction within a certain distance of the city limits. With that, we have to have a city citizen on the P&Z, which I am a non-downtown Fairhope citizen. I, as a matter of fact, live within a quarter mile of that property. And the berm, the Confederate berm that goes through that property goes through part of my yard, actually. So, I mean, I know that property very, very well. So this group doesn't just totally represent downtown Fairhope and the downtown citizens, but it represents the ETJ as well. So I just wanted to throw that comment out. John, do you mind coming up? We had a question. One question was, how do you subdivide? This is, apparently there was a pre-existing subdivision.
It's a re-subdivision of the property.
So you're re-subdividing the property. There's no legal issues with that or anything?
No, the only restriction that we were told about that they would have to be a minimum of 1 acre lots.
Okay.
And that's what we have.
Okay. The water runoff issue, can you tell where the water goes?
It goes.
What y'all have done to?
If you look in this, let me say one thing about the LID first, if you don't mind.
Yeah, and I will mention one other thing. John Avant was one of the people who was instrumental in helping us with the LID, and he was the one that stated that most properties couldn't do 10, but rather than just to give up and say they only had to do 1 or 2 to require 10, unless you actually give a reason why 10 can't be done. And that reason is not because I don't want to do them, but because of soil exceptions, et cetera. So he certainly knows the LID code, as he was one of the people that helped us put it together.
What is the LID? LID doesn't mean anything to me.
LID is the environmental water retention items that are used to withhold and purify water. Low impact density is what it means. I'm sorry, is the acronym.
To clarify, the staff report says we're asking for a waiver. We actually have 10.
Oh, okay.
We do have 10. I didn't realize that until Larry told me. He did a peer review.
Well, and I wanted to mention that, actually. I tried to mention that earlier. Larry mentioned to me they had 10, but a waiver request letter was submitted, but subsequently they put in additional LID practices. And we actually advertised that the waiver request was there, so it's good that actually there is no waiver to the LID requirements. And LID is low impact design or low impact development, and it's the way to handle stormwater facilitation as naturally as possible on site, rather than ponding it and piping it off site, creating additional problems for people downstream. So that's a simple explanation of what LID means.
With Larry's help, with our engineers, we kind of, it's my understanding, developed another 2 methods that would meet the whole 10. So I was glad to hear that. But then again, the LID is basically for the stormwater cleansing more than it is for the drainage impact. And this property, basically the majority of it drains into the southeast corner of the subdivision. You'll see a big, looks like a radius with a common area in the southeast corner. That's actually a large detention pond. And this also has treatment within the detention itself. Then it outflows to the south. And what we tried to do, and we were careful about it, was to try to mimic through a spreader on the outfall. A spreader is a elongated rip-wrap basin. And rather than having one concentrated area where you get a big rush of water, it goes in the spreader, and then it overtops the spreader, and it sheet flows. It mimics a sheet flow type effect, where you won't have any impacts, erosion or large velocities or whatever. And that's what they're seeing now, because all the property sheet flows across this area.
I might suggest you seek a meeting with these folks and explain some of the things you're doing, because they seem to have some pretty good seat-of-the-pants knowledge of what's going on, and drainage-wise, et cetera. And a meeting with those folks might make things a little more harmonious.
And we will. And I apologize we didn't, but anyhow, that's how we're draining the project.
Any issues with Timney Lane? How does your project affect Timney Lane?
Well, it's a sheet flow across Timothy. But then again, the water goes, what happens, it dips down in Timney Lane, and then looks like they try to put rock and bricks and everything so they can drive across it, because the water would wash that out. And we took that into consideration with our design to try to mimic, then again, the sheet flow effect across that area, and very carefully analyzed it as well. But also, of course, the large oak trees, then again, we have every one of them located. I wish we could pull that up, but we can't save them all. But there's some oak trees out there, probably 100-inch diameters. I mean, they're huge. And we made sure, particularly, I know 3 of them, that we kept in a common area to make sure they're protected and and everything else. We can't, there's no way we can save them all, but for the most part, we're saving every one of them are beautiful, and they should then are large and everything else, but the larger trees we are trying to protect to the best of our ability.
Commissioners, do you have any questions for the applicant?
Will there be access to the property on Tammany?
No, it will not.
They cannot drive?
No, actually, if the commission wants us to, we'll restrict that with a note on the subdivision plat. In other words, where the lots, well, there's a common area on the south side of the lots that border that, but we can put a note there that no access can be can connect to Timothy if you wanted that note put on the plat.
Because the county doesn't maintain, and the homeowners do have to pay to upkeep the road, and the $7,500 that we just spent is like a real figure of this time.
Yeah, and then again, if we could get together on this, we don't mind sitting down with you guys, and if it's something we can improve on that lane that would help on drainage wise, we won't have any problem with that.
We never got a letter, so we didn't know what the heck was going on. Just by an accident.
Jennifer, do you have a question?
I'm wondering, is Mandrill publicly maintained road by the county?
It is.
Okay, so it's 50-foot right of way maintained by the county. And then on the stormwater regulation, you told me earlier that we went as a 100-year event.
Right.
Out here, with it being as close as it is to the river, did you work with the county on their?
We did. We contacted the county, and they originally said that they would like us to have a 25-year storm event design, but between our engineers and Larry, we thought that, and I think it's actually outlined in your regulation, we still got to do the 100-year design, which we accommodated on this.
Okay, and the reason why I'm asking that question is because Baldwin County did a study a couple of years ago, and it had to do with timing about how quickly the water gets to the river, and Mr. Turner mentioned that earlier. And, the quicker, in some areas, if you're closer to the water source, they want you not to retain so much.
And that's the case, but there's another issue is,
You have the issue with Timmy Road.
well, right, and we wanted to protect it as well with the 100-year storm. And what we're trying to also do is not release as much as what they see and try to mimic, then again, the sheet flow effect. So with that all in account, we stuck with the city regulations.
All right, and then is there a historical significance with the tree preservation? Well, not just the trees, but I'm talking about the encampment and the berm. You're talking about earthen berm.
The berm has been pretty much removed in most of the areas, but we don't have any subdivision roads dealing with.
Historic preservation.
30,000 Union troops went from Red Barn Road down to that area. Were stationed there for about 9 months. So all different foreign countries. So you can find all sorts of belt buckles, and I think they killed about 500 of each other before they actually started the battle. More were killed in that area than when they attacked Spanish Fort and Blakely. But I digress. Now I just try to keep the meeting going. But it's an interesting area. They dropped them off at Marlow Ferry there.
That's right, Ferry Road, actually. Yeah.
John, has the county signed off on the 3-1 ratio?
They have, and
on lots 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 13, 14, 15?
Yes, we got the review letter from the county. They had 2 comments, and one of them was a note on the plat. And they were very insignificant, but yes, we have everything covered with the county.
Jonathan, do we have a tree preservation for the county out there?
No, ma'am, not in unzoned not on unzoned properties.
The public hearing is closed, sir. I'm sorry. we've got to move on. Any other questions?
I have one more thing. I know I made a note, and I don't know if it made it to the plans, but on one of the sheets that I remember looking at a couple of weeks ago, y'all had the drainage around some of the trees. And then when I noticed the plat, I looked at the plat, and I noticed that same easement around the trees didn't appear to be noted on the plat, on the boundaries. And so I was wondering, did y'all account for that going around the tree roots and the tree, the base of the trees? Because it looked like y'all were trying to.
Yeah, we will.
In your tree preservation,
sure that we accounted for that, but then again, I think the plat shows it all in a common area.
It shows like a 15-foot easement and it's straight, which is what I remember looking at before, and had made the comment that perhaps we should make sure it is curved so we go around the trees.
Then again, where you come from? Here's the engineer. That's amazing. I'll let him count for that.
That easement is in there. It's actually showing on the map that's up on the screen.
It's within this 15 feet or whatever is what it looks like.
I'm not sure if it's 15 or 20, but we did put an easement that encroached into that lot.
Shows us 15.
It's 15 by 100. And it encompasses that curved drain.
That curved area,
That's
okay,
correct.
that you did show on the other plan.
That's correct.
Okay. Not very wide to go around a lot of trees, but. How big are those trees in that area, Andy?
I think the largest one is 68 inches. I think that's right there adjacent to that.
If it's only a 15-foot easement and you're digging around it, I mean, that's really not far enough.
We're creating a swale, and it's one of the LID practices we were trying to incorporate into the plan. And, we're going to do everything we can to minimize impact there.
Yeah, and those trees, because 68 inches, you're supposed to save at least 34 foot from the trunk. So that would be impossible.
And like I said, we're doing everything we can to save all the trees that we can.
Maximizing use of the land. That's money. All dollars and cents. I've got big old trees on my property.
Any further questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move for approval of case number SD 1702 along with all of staff's recommendations.
Got a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say nay. All right, motion passes unanimously. Next item on the agenda is, well, we went through 1703 already. We have a 115211 review for Southern Light. UR 1615. Jonathan?
This 115211 project is for Southern Light for a fiber optic cable project. The proposed project is going to run along the north side of Morphy Avenue from Greeno Road to Lottie Lane to service Goodwill Easter Seals at 199 Baldwin Square. The project consists of placing approximately 500 linear feet of fiber optic cable underground and installing one handhole. The method of installation shall be directional bore. As usual, there are several comments from all department heads and city staff members that are involved in the review of these projects. They're standard in 90% of the cases we deal with as far as 115211 reviews go. We recommend approval contingent upon the general comments being followed that are outlined in the report and the mechanical and locator equipment being painted Munsell green. And the plans shall be revised to show the correct depth placement prior to the issuance of a permit for that's how this is written up. Thank you.
Is there anybody here on behalf of Southern Lights? Okay. I always look down at Jennifer on these.
Yeah, we've got a set of plans in that we got to see. You know, we always encourage you guys to put the lines along the property line if possible.
Yes, ma'am.
But I know not too long ago, AT&T requested just through this same area for media to be put underground. And I think they're pretty near the property line. But were y'all able to move it over to the property line pretty close?
Yes, they did revise plans.
And they submitted them?
Thanks, Emily.
Okay. I think that's, and I looked at them, I took a glance at them, I know at one point, but in the future, from now on, what we've decided to do is before we, you know, a lot of times we'll approve it with these notes, but we've decided the best thing to do is have a set of plans that have the notes incorporated, and that it reduces confusion for everybody.
Okay. You want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion that we accept this with staff recommendation.
I've got a motion. We'll have a second. Second. All right, have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Happy New Year.
Thank you for coming.
Happy New Year.
You had to wait all that time.
Well, most of the time, the 11:52, 11 don't show up, so I always appreciate Southern Lights being here. Next item is an informal review, request by Bobby and Deborah Green for a rezoning of 415 North Greeno from R1 low density residential to a business and commercial district.
I don't think they're here. Oh, there they are.
They're back there.
I think someone left their notebook up here. Hold on just a moment.
Oh, that's fine. We could have got the secret.
Yours or Andy's? This is an informal review request, and the applicants wish to rezone their property from R1, which is the city's low-density single-family residential district, to a business/commercial district as defined in their narrative. No specific zoning district was identified, but the city's typical business-commercial zoning districts include the B2 district, which is general business, B1 local shopping district, and the B4 district, which is business and professional. The applicant submitted a narrative, and per the applicant, the subject property consists of approximately 2.6 acres. Green Nurseries is located on the property at this time, and per Article 7 in the zoning ordinance is a legal non-conforming use in the R1 district. As mentioned in the report, the narrative is attached to the report. There's also the provisions of Article 7 from the zoning ordinance outlined in the report. I'm not going to read all of that, but as I mentioned, they're considered a legal non-conforming use as a business on residentially zoned property at this time. The city's comp plan, which was updated in early 2016, does not appear to support the applicant's request to simply rezone the property to commercial. Strip-style commercial development along North Greenon Road is not considered a desirable pattern of development. In the past, city officials have recommended property owners between Gayfer Avenue and Highway 104 get together and propose a PUD, which is a planned unit development that is in keeping with the city's development vision and goals. Property owners along North Greeno Road, that corridor, they've been encouraged to consider some level of residential zoning as well, which could include R3, R4, which is a multifamily district, or whatever they may consider proposing. While staff knows the applicants are very good stewards of the Fairhope community and their property, there are concerns regarding rezoning any piece of property from residential to commercial due to many reasons. So the primary concern in this case is the appearance and is the issue of spot zoning. The second most prevalent concern is protecting the integrity and landscape of the North Greeno Road corridor. I could go on probably for 5 pages about what could and couldn't be done, or why we should or shouldn't do something along the North Greeno Road corridor. But we've had many discussions, and a lot of the members on the Planning Commission, or a few, have been involved in those discussions, I believe. Anyway, Our recommendation is for the Planning Commission to provide insight and comments regarding the proposed zoning change from R1 to a business/commercial zoning district. If you have questions, I'll be happy to answer them. But at this time, we really aren't going to get into any kind of recommendation type situation. So, thank you.
Yes, good evening. And I think at this point, maybe y'all probably want to consider at these meetings bringing up a food truck and then having an intermission. It's past my bedtime. We'll try not to keep y'all too long. What I've done, with Jonathan's permission, was created a PowerPoint video for you, and I'd like to go through that. I think it might actually answer some of Jonathan's concerns, some of maybe what your concerns might be, and in effect refute some of the long-standing history of what Greeno Road should or should not be. So there, with that in mind, when anybody comes before you, I think really what they're doing is presenting you with a resume of their background, their history, and why their development should be worthy of consideration. And it's a little painful for me to stand up here and give you our resume, but I think it's worth doing because I think a lot of what we do, Fairhope doesn't know about our contributions through the years. That in mind, we happen to be Fairhope's oldest continually run family business in the same location there on 415 North Greeno Road since 1932. Census figures show our family having owned that property since the early 1900s. But in all that time, we have maintained a business on that property which has been both wholesale in nature and retail. This shows some old photographs of the various things that we have done through the years with that property. But it's always had a component of retail and does to this day. Through the years, there have been a lot of changes, and this shows a shot of our garden center in the late 1990s when the primary focus was retail, and out of this property we sold indoor and outdoor furniture, decor, general giftware, seasonal items, just about everything, including plants. But what you mentioned it, general merchandise. That's pretty much what we were and are. But a big part of our focus has been garden design, and it's all been residential, quite quietly. Our work has appeared in a number of magazines, which I cannot even read from here, but you probably have that in front of you, so blah, blah, blah on that. More recently, most of our work's been in the public garden area. This is a garden we designed and built at the Mobile Botanical Gardens. It's their winter garden, which has recently won an award as an International Camellia Garden of Excellence. There are only 3 others in the United States with that designation. A lot of our work nowadays is in consultation. These are some of the folks that we consult with. You might know some of them. Biltmore House, the Atlanta Botanical Garden, the Eudora Weldy Gardens just right over in Jackson, Mississippi. Of course, Bellingrath Gardens, and the one pictured is Longwood Gardens Camellia House, which we helped design and sold them the camellias for that project. And a number of things we do with the National Register of Historic Places. We do consultations for those entities. In the mid-1990s, we purchased a 9-acre parcel on Morphy Avenue that only has about 100 foot of access frontage on Morphy Avenue, so it's pretty much hidden away back there. But this facility is wholesale only, and we serve 28 states we ship to, and about 100 local entities and some nonprofits.
couple well-kept secrets that, about what we do is we host tours of our facilities. Folks from at least 30 states and some international tours. The one in the upper left is a group of wonderful folks from Australia and New Zealand who toured the nursery in 2015. And then at our facility on Greeno Road, we kept a portion of it for research and development, upon which we've hybridized 12 camellias, which have now been patented and are in this Southern Living Plant Collection, and they're going through a process of having international patents to be distributed throughout the Asia and the Pacific Rim. So why are we here tonight? What's changing and why now? Well, when my dad started the nursery in the early 1930s, Greeno Road was nothing but a red clay rut. All the owners along North Greeno, property owners on North Greeno Road, actually donated right-of-way in order for the state to pave the road. The photo there that you see in the background is approximately 1960, when my sisters used to play hopscotch in the middle of the road, and somebody would holler, "Cars coming, get out of the road." You know, the home in the background has been lived in by Mr. Bishop, who's a World War II hero. He's still there today. That's his daughter, a couple of his daughters in the picture. But though he is there and some other folks still live along Greeno Road, the last home to be built on Greeno Road was approximately 1965. Its residential character is gone. You may want to say that the comprehensive plan or the planning committee has always wanted Greeno Road to stay residential. Well, it has not been residential for a very long time, and nobody will build a home on Greeno Road. And to tell folks, well, you should have multiple occupancy dwellings on Greeno Road, isn't that just like cramming more residences along Greeno Road and lessening those people's quality of life? Because today, in 2015, whereas in 1932 we only had a population of about 1,500, now it's well over 20,000, I believe. And we have coursing up and down Greeno Road an average of 8 emergency vehicles day and night with their sirens going. And as Jennifer can tell you, every Friday morning at approximately 4 o'clock in the summer, the city has to mow the median up and down there at 4 a.m. There's no other residential area in Fairhope where that occurs. And of course, Mr. Bishop is only about 70 feet from the mowers. So he's awakened every, pardon me? 5 a.m.? Yeah. Well, we got a little more grass out there on Greeno Road. But anyway, my point is there's hardly any residential character on Greeno Road. So what we're proposing is our property, which the usable portion there is 2.65 acres, and I've enclosed that within the yellow lines. As you can see from that overhead, it's fairly well developed commercially the way it is now. But as you're driving along Greeno Road, you'd never know it. It looks like a parkway. The area in blue is controlled primarily by the state of Alabama. Those are drainage ditches, easements that take a flow of water from Edward Street to the south and from Valana Avenue to the north. All of that empties behind our nursery into a highly sensitive, erodible gully. So we would propose that the area in blue is, of course, a watershed, but it's also a natural buffer between us and the area that enclosed in the red line is a build-out residential subdivision. And you can see that the area in blue is about 130 feet of a buffer, which is far and above what's usually proposed. And the area in green is our homestead. which the people who would be most impacted by any commercial zoning on our property would be us, and we're not about to ruin our property. We have, pardon me? Or anybody's property. But we have, in effect now, 2 commercial, ALDOT commercial approved ingress and egress, one on Hoyle Street on the left of the screen, one at the entrance to our property in the middle, and then also an egress only on the right-hand side through Live Oak Street. And this is, the area in blue, this is what those buffers look like now. And there are no plans, of course, to change any of that. But we think with that in mind, we've been pretty good stewards and pretty good neighbors to everybody behind us to the west. But this is what our garden center has been through the years. Used to be folks would come out, pick out a plant, and you'd go out and dig it and put it in their car while they waited. 1950s through the 1960s, it's pretty much remained the same. But garden centers now are an entirely different entity. They've become destination spots. And they can't exist. An independent garden center will not exist as just a place where you go and buy plants. They're destinations. People stay there. You have to keep them there. Like any business, the longer they're there, the more money they spend, right? So we have in place from the city of Fairhope a building permit now for a somewhat of a temporary structure, that's what it's considered legally, that would look something like this, which is what we do now in our retail center. Our building permit includes general merchandise and food and beverage sales. However, we're wanting to do something much more upscale than that. If you include some other folks that we would partner with, you would have maybe a cafe associated with your business and be in a setting like this, where so folks would sit at a table over lunch and everything around them they could purchase and take home. What we're looking to do is essentially put in place a village atmosphere that's at the midpoint between Fairhope Avenue and Highway 104. And it would be a certain group of shops and a lot of various entities, all that complement each other. May have a coffee shop, a tea room. Tea is by most of the tea that's sold in the world is actually a camellia that you're drinking, curiously enough, which we grow on our property. We might have an indoor-outdoor cafe associated with it, and a portion would be devoted to professional office space, which ours might be, Robert, a bit more quaint than this, but I don't think anybody could deny this is very nice, and this is on North Greeno Road. Looks like someone's home that's very well maintained, but it's the newest business on North Greeno Road. And now what's very important to us is the environment. And Fairhope has an opportunity, we think, with what we are trying to put into place here to upgrade some stormwater protection in our area. There's a couple studies that have been in place for a long time. The 2003 Natural Resources document on the right, which Fairhope has frankly never implemented any of those recommendations within it, sadly. The study on the left, I'd be happy to share with you. It's one that we commissioned and paid for that would help with Gully, the highly sensitive area to the west of us. So appropriately enough, after yesterday's rain, These are some photos of approximately a year ago from a similar rain. This is the water that enters our property from the west off of Hoyle Street. And that results in this, which is a more recent photo, below our home. And this, which is tragic. If you go off screen and up to off the right-hand corner, only 60 feet away is our back porch. It's highly sensitive and it impacts us greatly. And this is the gabion structure that's been put in the gully. It's failing. And if you go off picture to the left, this is a very recent picture. You go off the screen to the left and above is Lillian Circle, a nice little R1 subdivision. When this gabion structure fails, which it is doing now, and it could fail completely any day, Lillian Circle falls into this gully. And it could happen overnight with another rain like we just had. And I should have gone back to that view with the map. Hoyle Street is to the north of us, and there's a great opportunity for the city to partner with us on that portion of this development where ALDOT, who frankly is a primary culprit for a lot of this stormwater runoff in the Valana watershed, the city partnering with ALDOT and partnering with our neighbors to the north could propose a regional stormwater detention facility, which would be a great advantage to over 200 landowners from Greeno Road all the way to the Fairhope Yacht Club, where all this water and mud ends up. Yeah.
One good point that we need to make about the watershed here is that our property, the property between Gayfer Avenue and 104 is totally different 100 feet down. It is all different. It's a totally, help me find a word here.
Well, our property
the geography
in no
of
way
it
could be considered a strip zoning.
It's not conducive to heavy development. It cannot handle apartments. It cannot handle anything like that. And what we're trying to show you is the damage that's been done now to show you evidence that there's no way to put high density apartments there. It just won't work. Actually, a number of years ago, and Mr. Thayer helped us out with this, we actually tried to put a self-imposed overlay district, do it on ourselves, between Gayfer and 104. We had almost every property owner on board to do this. We had world-renowned developers, people, Bill Lewis, who owns the Seaman Capital property to the north of Hoyle Street, actually has developments all over the world. He brought his people in. White Spunner brought their people in. And we tried to come to planning and zoning. And planning and zoning, Lee, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be disrespectful here, would not have anything to do with this. Go away, you bother me. And this went on for years. Ralph can attest to that. We finally made it to the city council. Rick Kingray on the council said, yeah, sounds like a really good idea. We will help you do this. Let's do something. An election came, new council came in, mayor was elected, and it was go away, you bother me. So we tried to put a self-imposed overlay district on that area. Nobody would listen to us, and Jonathan's recommendation, in his recommendations, says, you know, we want you to get with your neighbors to get enough property to do a PUD. It's one thing for us to do it to ourselves, but I don't see how the city can come in and say you have to go in with your neighbor to get enough property so we can have control over you. We know our property. We've been good stewards, very good stewards, and we know that it will not handle anything high density, and we know how to protect it. And I'm a little more aggressive and assertive than my husband, and I feel his breath on my back right now. So I think I better hush while I'm ahead. But my point is, our property cannot take any high-density development at all, just can't. And if anybody did a survey of Greeno Road from Gayfer to 104, you would see that every 100 feet it changes. It's different. And I have, Bobby has this right here, I have video literal whitewater rapids going down the gully. You have no idea how much damage is happening. So we're certainly not going to be on board with imposing any more damage. What we want is, somebody to help fix it. So anyway,
Currently, our property is 90% permeable. And with what we're proposing, it would have the least amount of impact of anything that could be imposed upon us. So that's, I suppose, where we would leave it. But as we all know, Greeno Road, it is going to transform. And I think we're trying to present an opportunity that we, as a family, could put something together that Fairhope could be proud of and could set a standard for what development could be on North Greeno Road. But in every instance when somebody stands before you, I think there's an issue of trust. And I think what we have done over the years has proven that we can be trusted with a development, and we can be trusted with a business designation, because that is exactly what we have done and been for 85 years.
Oh, you forgot to mention that you've already talked to all your neighbors and they love it.
Yes.
That's a remarkable statistic.
We actually have a new neighbor, bought a lot next door to our property. We did not realize that the lot had sold. Otherwise, we would have informed him beforehand that we were going to be coming up here and talking to you. Well, lo and behold, everything was already in place, and we told him our plans. He's ecstatic. He's a young guy, about 45, and he loves the idea of what we're doing. And this type of thing caters to people in his age group, I would suppose. Things change. Bobby and I are trying desperately to keep up as we get older. It's hard. You feel like you're in a centrifuge. But I also understand the idea of spot zoning. You can't spot zone. Oh, my God. People flip out over that. Well, the only reason this could be called spot zoning is because nobody's ever allowed anything to be done on Greeno Road. And as far as being R1, to this day, over 100 years later, we still have no clue as to how that property came in to the city limits R1 when a business was on it. A thriving business, and that business has never ceased to exist. And so that's the mystery that we have some people helping us dig into. But it's just amazing that what we have done. I
suppose what Deborah's trying to say with that point is, I don't think from a legal standpoint that we recognize the fact that we are R1 because we predated any gleam in a planning director's eye as to zoning, having been there through so many, many decades. But anyway, we didn't want to leave here tonight without getting comments, because from each of you, please. I know it's a late hour, but we kind of need to know where we stand.
Well, I'll comment. First of all, I've never been against an overlay district, and I've thought we should have had an overlay district there for years. And at one time, Dick Charles was in charge of the program trying to get that, and it never came to the P&Z.
It came to the P&Z 3 times.
I don't know what happened to it.
3 times.
It never came up as far as a motion, and it was never brought up to us. And it was, you can look through all the minutes, and it was never voted on. And I do not know why.
I can tell you why, Lee, and Ralph can echo this, is because at a meeting, mysteriously, Mr. Charles mentioned that none of the property owners could agree. And that was frankly false, as far as from the truth as you could imagine.
But as far as I'm concerned, I love the idea. I love what you're proposing. My real concern is the most difficult thing on the P&Z has always been Greeno Road. Everybody says it's not meant to be residential, but then the number one thing that in all of the different public comments that comes up is, the number one thing is protect and promote the central business district, because that's downtown Fairhope is what makes Fairhope Fairhope. Number two is don't allow Greeno Road to become Highway 59 in Foley, Hamburg, Raleigh, and Daphne, Airport Boulevard, and Mobile.
Nobody wants that.
One of the one of the items on your slide that we approved to be rezoned before we rezoned to save a house, and then the house was bulldozed, and the office looks quite nice, as a matter of fact, but the reason for the rezoning was to save a house that wasn't eventually saved. But I wonder about that Tommy Hawk piece of property, that you showed, that strip between, that you said was water retention, is that state-owned?
It's state maintained.
Because I wonder if in some legal way that could be brought in, brought into your PUD, if the state sees that as retention, I'm thinking of some legal loophole where you could get your 3 acres. Otherwise, I'd love to see the city council change the PUD allowance to 2 acres or 2.5 where we could approve it.
So what you're saying is that you don't trust us under a zoning that the city has to have a planned unit development in order to trust someone?
Absolutely. And it's not that I
Why
don't
is
trust
that?
you. Well, you're selling back to the 1950s. I mean, y'all might be killed in a car crash tomorrow. And then that property gets sold, and all of a sudden there's a Dollar General there.
Okay,
I'm not saying anything about you, but when we rezone this.
But, you can say that about just about any kind of property that's been
You
zoned.
just rezoned Jack Ellis's blindly.
And that's why we've been looking at these coming in under PUDs, so that there are restrictions. The main issues is the buffer between Greeno Road and the businesses to try to prevent Greeno Road from stripping out like everywhere else USA.
No, nobody along Greeno Road wants that, Lee. You do not know the people that live along Greeno Road. And you, quite frankly, don't even live in the city limits. And you also sit and you serve as president of the single tax colony and president of this council. And I find it just a little bit difficult to swallow your opinions. Forgive me, I am being rude.
Well, you're attacking me, and you understand that I do work in the city. I own 12 properties in the city. My family first came here in 1730. If you're curious, I've got pretty deep roots here. I pay plenty of taxes. I pay plenty of demonstration fees. I love this city, and that's why I'm here, and that's why I serve. And I even love your project. And I'm trying to work with you in the way that I see us doing the project, rather than opening Pandora's box and having to rezone every single property along Greeno B2 and ending up with whatever ends up happening. And I don't trust myself on Greeno Road. Quite frankly, somebody comes in with a big dollar offer, but who knows? When we rezone this, we're rezoning this forever. We're not rezoning it for 5 years or as long as Green Nursery is here. I don't know what your grandkids are planning on doing, or my grandkids are planning on doing, but you're asking for my opinion, and I wouldn't vote blindly for a B2 rezoning if you want to know my opinion, but my opinion doesn't matter that much. I'm just giving a recommendation to the city council, who will ultimately decide. But I love what y'all are planning to do. I love that whole proposal, and if there's any way we could include the state land and come up with a PUD or an overlay, or allow a PUD to be 2 acres, I'm 100% for it. But to open up Pandora's box and rezone this B2, then how do we not rezone the item on either side of yours as B2? And that's my entire issue.
You have a point. Now, how can I phrase this without upsetting someone? I'm really trying. What we're trying to do, this isn't going to happen overnight, okay? This is going to be a long-term effort. And if we go ahead and incorporate whatever property may be able to be incorporated to meet your requirement of 3 acres, and we come back to you and say, we have the 3 acres, there's some guarantee after we spend all that money that you will not approve a PUD for us to go to council. It could turn out to be what happened to poor Fred Hayek, and it could be 1.5 years of things in the works that we like this, but take it back, you do that. We like this, but take it back and do this. That's what you'll do, back and forth, back and forth. That's my fear. It took Fred 1.5 years, and Fred was very much a part of the group we were with that tried to have a self-imposed overlay district.
Yes, absolutely.
Can I weigh in?
Absolutely, I'm done.
I'm going to sit.
I've obviously had some experience working with the Highway 98 committee, and obviously it didn't work out. But let me ask you this. Jonathan, do we have legal counsel here?
No, sir.
You know anything about a special exception? Yes. It's conceivable that because you have that property behind you, that's the state's water resource, whatever they call it back there, that you are limited in being able to get that property. It in effect takes a portion of your property away. Did you ever have any ownership right in that property?
On some of it, we still do.
All right. What I'm suggesting is there's a possibility that you might ask for a special exception to allow to get a PUD by the fact that you have been given a special hardship. That's the judgment. Special hardship, that extra piece of land in behind you, which must be maintained, otherwise we all float away, including me, who lives on the spillway. So one of the things that's a possibility you might consider, it's a possibility of investigating a special exception to allow you to get the PUD with the 2.6 acres, because there's no potential for you expanding to get to the extra, because that's restricted property behind you. That's the only thing that I think. That's where I thought that Lee was going. I mean, when
that's where I was going. And to me, I'm on your side. I don't know anything.
We've actually looked into that, Dr. And it probably that could be done, but what we've seen through the years is the failure in the history of PUDs in Fairhope that have just dragged along or changed over and over to such a degree that either the owners gave up or they were given so many exceptions that the PUD negatively impacted a number of surrounding neighbors.
Well, that's possibly true. We approve PUDs here quite frequently, and I mean, you saw that Mr. Hayek has one across the street, so there is a potential for having a PUD in this. I'm just trying to show you a possible door that you could go in and have a humane solution. I also would like to see you do what you plan to do. I think that would be a very good addition, and I would think that you might have the opportunity to do it, because if I've ever seen a special exception based on hardship, it would be one where you have basically the state has taken the back portion of the land, and then you have to have water go across your property as part of that function, because you take water off the highway as well as that place across the street. So you have, I think, grounds for a special exception. That's my non-legal opinion, or the opinion of a non-lawyer. How's that?
Sure.
If I can go next. I've always not, because I believe the way I interpret the comprehensive plan, that we have these villages kind of set aside and set out, and we may change the comprehensive plan. But until we do, I feel like the comprehensive plan states that Greeno Road right now is too dense. So, of course, I've been the lone ranger on a lot of these, the person that don't vote, for the rezoning on Greeno Road. So I would, that's, I think it's a great looking plan, and I thought the sugar kettle idea was a great looking idea too. But the fear is, once you do that rezoning, you got how do you say no to the next person? How do you say no to that? And now it's like we got a little bit of a buffer for your residents behind you guys, or, how do we keep them protected from, all that commercial business, feeling, because that's who's going to be up here next, whenever.
Please remember, though, that those properties have always been R1. We have always been in business. That is a great difference between all of those properties.
I got you.
The other difference is we have depth, and we can protect our residential neighbors to the west. A lot of those properties have no depth, and the only way they could be developed is in a strip fashion, the way Jonathan mentioned. Because if they were to be zoned commercial, they would have to be a strip because they don't have any depth, and they wouldn't have any protections for their neighbors, and they could be denied on that reason alone. Our property, as my wife mentioned, all those properties along Greeno Road, they all are different properties. The property to the north of us is 36 acres under one ownership. So that's very different from other properties that might be like the sugar kettle, wonderful idea, but they were told to get with their neighbors and coerce them into a joint development. That's not right. But but what we're here for is not argument. We're presenting an argument, but I don't want to argue with you
It's just
each
my
of you.
opinion. Move on.
I like what I saw. And I remember years ago going into a shop that you had at that very location and purchased something, some flowers to take to my mother.
Yeah.
And that would have been maybe, what, 15, 20 years ago? Yeah. So I'm just trying to figure, maybe that's before we had good zoning in town. Because in my opinion, that would have been like a B1 or a B2 maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
Well, I appreciate that. Fairhope's actually always grown rather organically. It's grown beautifully, I think, sometimes despite zoning.
I love the project. I think that it is quintessential Fairhope, the naturalness of it. I wish that, we could always preserve something like that. I would love to look into our overlay project. I think that's something that we do need to work on throughout, not just in that location, but in our CBD as well. But I don't know how that happens or when that happens, but I love your idea.
Well, thank you. We've just gotten into the position where we've gone through 5 edifications of comprehensive plans. None of them have addressed where we are. So, I mean, we're not getting any younger.
You're a Lone Ranger.
I think Ralph mentioned a special exception is probably one of the best recommendations I've heard as far as if the Planning Commission wanted to entertain this type of development in that area. That's from my perspective. I've, of course, had a totally different commission and a totally different school of thought when it comes to planning and zoning as far as previous administrations go, but that was a really good recommendation, Dr. Thayer, and that there are provisions in our ordinance that do allow for special exceptions. They've just never been exercised. So,
I would just say, I love the project. I thought you did a really good job. I appreciate the time and effort y'all put into putting that together to present to us. And I share a few of Lee's concerns about if it were outside of a PUD. Obviously y'all presented that I think you're very good stewards, but once it's rezoned, what happens in the future when ownership changes hands, if it did, or passes down through the generations? As a council member, I would support a PUD based on that plan that you presented today. And I did want to comment on something Mrs. Green brought up, and that was a question about the fact that we did rezone the Ellis property because it had always operated as a business, and this has been a business for 85 years. So how do we look at that versus, I get the idea that, if we have had a business that's been operating there for 85 years, does that change anything on the spot zoning? Because it's never really been residential, other than the fact that you do have your homestead on the back side of the property. But
the Ellis property was contiguous with B2 property to the west.
Okay.
So we didn't have a spot zoning issue. And also, the provisions of Article 7 in the zoning ordinance allow for a legal non-conforming use, which, like I mentioned, this property is currently. So, but
okay.
The logic behind rezoning the Ellis property was that they were contiguous with B2 property.
Okay.
Will the legal non-conforming use not allow them to do what they want to do?
Yeah, they can't expand a legal non-conforming use. And I heard mention of a building permit. I haven't looked at a building permit, but anyway, I'm not going to get into all that. But like I said, there's a mechanism to make this happen, and it sounds like the Planning Commission likes the idea. And that's the first time I've ever heard the Planning Commission be as enthusiastic as you are at this moment about development on Greeno Road. With Jennifer mentioned her issue with it, and in the comp plan that was adopted in '06, they did set out the square footage that we wanted within the Greeno Road commercial corridor district. But that number was exceeded when they adopted the plan in the first place. So the comp plan is a steering document. We all know that. It's not anything set in stone. I wish that the city could develop exactly the way we want to in every way. But, you know, like I said, it's a steering document. It's flexible. It's a working document. But I'm actually impressed to hear what I've heard. Now, we may hear some, we got a couple more members that haven't spoken.
George, David, do y'all have anything to add?
Bobby and I have had a lot of conversations about this. I'm all for it. Bobby, I think if, instead of getting jerked around as you were talking about, or y'all were talking about by us, you have good skills in drafting. Why don't you take it a step further than you did tonight? Go back, and you said you had some ideas about what you wanted to put on the property. Kind of show us, and we won't approve that 100%, but that will give us a little bit more insight as to what you're doing. And also, if you go this PUD route, your possibility of getting around some paving and other things that I know that you don't like that would let water in the soil that you would not be able to do if it was just a straight outright zone, you know. So I think you've got a lot of pluses going for you if you could do a PUD, and I would be very supportive of giving you a special exception. I think you guys have been trying to do something admirable with that property for a long time, so I'd like to see you go forward with it.
Well, thank you, George. Yeah, the theory behind PUDs I like. They scare the heck out of us as we've seen the history of what they become.
Right.
And if I were to design this property with Dr. Thayer, for instance, wonderful idea. If I'm going to be picking out paint chips with an entity from the city of Fairhope at Sherwin-Williams, not so much, you know.
But if you could come back with a plan view and show, you know, we have this existing, maybe phase 1 would be this, and phase 2 would be this, and phase 3 would be that. The advantage to the PUD, as you just stated, you said they change as they move along. You might get into this business and say, hey, we locked in, we showed a building here. Let's go back and see if we can get the PUD amended to change the size of the building and move it over or do this or do that. So I think it's got a lot of benefits for you if you go that route.
Well, it's further discussion, I'm sure, with Jonathan and Mr. Dias, who's coming on board, from what I understand.
Well, I just want to say I love the idea, and I'd like to see it back in front of us again. And I think, you know, what Ralph is suggesting may be an opportunity, and it sounds like something that you want to pursue. So, good luck.
Okay. Thank you, Dave. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you,
else?
Thank you.
Okay. Food for thought. Food. I shouldn't mention food.
All right.
Listen, I don't mean to be rude, but I think most of you guys have known me long enough to know that I'm rude.
Not you, Deborah.
We didn't put our garbage can.
She's respectful.
It was all out of speaking my mind. Okay. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
They didn't put our garbage can up here.
Before we get to,
Don't we have one more?
let me mention something that we discussed a little bit among ourselves here earlier, and it was really the reason that sparked my I guess my caution kind of went up whenever this happened. But you know, the Firethorn project had the exact same condition that we were disputing in the Old Battles Village report. So I feel like.
But also the impact in that location is not the same.
Okay.
Not near.
Well, if the planning commission's comfortable
that is
with that,
my issue. Is you look at the apartments that are there, you look
Right.
at the water drainage. It's a whole different scenario.
well, Dan's told us that it goes to the same place, but I could be wrong. But anyway, I just wanted to bring that up.
I'm looking at the impact of the apartments in the future. I'm looking
Right.
at the impact of the traffic, the water, the sewage, the schools, everything that it can possibly impact is right there on that corner all around, as well as on the other side of Battles.
It's up to the planning commission. I was just throwing that out there in case you wanted to do the same thing that you did for Old Battles Village and add that the condition as far as the sewer study is concerned, but that's fine.
I'm fine with the exceptions of getting the sewer study. I just, really, I just want everything to kind of slow down. That's my personal opinion, and I'm not allowed to stop anything. And sometimes I wonder, is this health and safety, when you outweigh it with a legal issue, what's the better of the two? I mean, when are we going to say, okay, health and safety is more important than a lawsuit? Maybe I'm ignorant to bring that up, but that's where it comes down to.
All right, Chris.
I know you guys are ready to go home. I know I sure am. Most of you may know that I have a fully engineered project that I have submitted, I guess a month or so ago, and I've received full staff comments back, and we've had the typical back and forth, and I kind of met a roadblock. And well, let me back up. I'm going to kind of give you the background for how I got started on this project, and then I'll get to my roadblock. The site that I'm referencing is on Fairhope Avenue, is immediately across the street from the Ace Hardware. It's 3.5 acres. Currently, there's a machine shop and some, I guess you'd call them office buildings on the front part of the property, and then mini warehouse in the back. Rather dilapidated and somewhat of an eyesore. I placed the property under contract back, I think, in May. So I've been working on this a while, well before the municipal election and change in administration. And there's an aerial shot of it. You can see kind of the condition of the property from that. And there's another shot looking back towards the hardware store. The idea for this project came from a project in Montgomery that was a redevelopment of an old A&P grocery store. And it's an old Cloverdale, and it's called the A&P Lofts. And it's typical kind of suburban, close to urban, mixed-use development with residential above, office and retail. 2-story, simple construction, wide sidewalks, parking in the front, and it's been a successful project in Montgomery. Bobby McAlpin is a well-known residential architect, has his offices there and designed this project. Bobby Lowder's daughter was actually one that helped develop it, and it's an attractive. I've got lots of pictures, but here's another picture of the streetscape, and then the sidewalks in front of the property. And so there's a rendering of the entire project. It's 33 residential units and 23 commercial units, and it's about right at 29, almost 30,000 feet of commercial space. Planned in 4 phases. The parking we've got proposed is along Fairhope Avenue and along Stimson, and then a large parking lot in the back corner that is made up of pervious pavement. It's roughly 100 spaces back there in the back. By regulation, I'm required to put 130 spaces on site. And I've got 130 spaces. If you count Stimson Street, you get to count half of that parking and the parking lot in the back. The point of contention has been the Fairhope Avenue parking. And when I first went and met with Jonathan about this project back maybe in June, we talked about it. I knew it was a departure from the norm and what's there, and he raised some minor objections to it, and I felt comfortable that it was a good design, it was a safe design, and we proceeded with the design. I later discovered that in our tree ordinance, which is not part of our zoning regs, this particular street requires a 20-foot green space buffer, which obviously I don't have incorporated in my design. And I think that was a roadblock with Jennifer. And so
I was faced with bringing the project to you guys without staff support. And I've talked to a couple of you guys about the project. I've talked to the mayor a couple of times about the project. Talked to several city council members about the project, and I think everybody likes the concept, likes the look, thinks that it's a good repurposing of the site. The parking seems to be the major issue on Fairhope Avenue. And so I paid $8,000 and hired a traffic engineer to do a full traffic study, and one of his tasks was to study the sight distance as you come down Fairhope Avenue traveling west and the ability to stop if a car is backing out. It's rated at 25 miles an hour. That's what's posted. It actually would meet the technical requirements if it were posted at 35 miles an hour. And even then, it would be 158% of the required distance. So it's well within the technical box. So we kind of come down to vision and concept for that stretch of Fairhope Avenue from the CBD, which stops at the library in Faulkner, back to the edge of this property, which is where Fairhope Avenue turns residential. When I first met with Jonathan, we talked about this ultimately being the CBD extended down to that point, which I personally think is what needs to happen. If you look at the character of that section of Fairhope Avenue, it's already all almost concrete. The hardware store sort of halfway backs out in the street as it is. The ecumenical ministries and the law office we just referenced about the rezoning, they actually back out into the street. The post office parking situation is kind of a messed up deal and a kind of an eyesore. So my vision is this is an impetus for the redevelopment of that section of Fairhope Avenue and can set the tone that that is an extension of downtown. And so I'm bringing this to you guys on an informal basis, just like the Greens, to get some input and feedback. Is that the concept of the parking and the wide sidewalks, the feel of downtown Fairhope, something we want right there? And that's what I've got designed. I can pull back and put 20-foot green space, basically backup curb, a sidewalk in my building. I don't think it's an attractive a project. I don't think it's as attractive for a retailer to locate there if patrons can't park in front of the store just like they do in other parts of downtown. And I step back and look at it and I say, well, I put all the required parking spots on site. Why would the city not want me to put another, I think it's 28 spots, at my expense when we're already challenged for parking? I'm going to give you something extra. So it all comes down to, is it dangerous? Is it unsightly? I know the mayor's opinion. She has strong opinions about parking, and I agree with a lot of those. I mean, I understand the pros and cons, but I think for this style development in this location with what's there now, I think personally that the parking and the wide sidewalks and the picnic tables and umbrellas and the trees out on the street present an attractive project. I'll run through these real quick. This is an interior look at the courtyard in the middle. One point I want to make is we're taking what's almost 100% impervious surface at this site and putting a lot of green space in the middle. So I think it's an improvement for drainage and water flow. Well, I know it's an improvement if you look at the calculations. There's a colored landscape rendering. You see lots of tree wells across the front, flowers, plantings. It's a screening. If you'll picture it from the street with those trees, you're going to see a lot of treetops and not storefronts from the street. There's the engineered site plan. I don't know that we need to get into the details of that at this point for this informal review. One of the concerns was, hey, you're transitioning from
green space residential to commercial. Well, I walked out there and took a picture. This is the property immediately to the east. There is no setback. There's a wall right there. It's green, but there is no green space on the residential. It's, I think, 350 feet. I happen to think it's one of the more attractive sites in Fairhope. Mr. Hayes' house, who owns this property I'm buying, has got a beautiful home, and I think that's pretty, but it's not a 20-foot green space buffer. So transitioning from that to commercial, I kind of think of this as the gateway into downtown from the 4-lane. When you get to this point, it's a market change to commercial. And I think we can set the tone for what all of that looks like with a project like this. So I guess really this is a slide I asked Emily if she could provide. It's kind of hard to see, but it shows you the current CBD overlay. And you can see where it stops. And if we want downtown to grow and grow responsibly, I think this is a logical direction for it to grow. And my property is a logical stopping point because it does turn residential at that point. And so short of going through, I don't even know what the process is to extend the CBD, I had 3.5 acres. I could have done a PUD. Jonathan said, look, you don't need to rezone it. It's B2. You can do mixed use. There's no density restrictions. You can go 35 feet. I'd like to point out I'm not putting a tremendous number of units on 3.5 acres. I'm not going 35 feet. I'm not going 3 stories. I've tried to kind of find a nice balance for the site and something that's attractive. So I guess the question I pose to you guys is the parking green space buffer a showstopper? And if so, I got to go back and spend some money re-engineering before I bring it back to you guys. So I want to move forward with the project. We need parking in Fairhope. I'm willing to pay my expense for additional spots. So the logical side of me says, you know, why would you turn that down? And if you got an engineer that's saying it meets all safety guidelines, then I'd love to hear the rational reasons why y'all think it wouldn't work.
I want to start at the other end. Not to put you on a spot too quick, David, but last time we started that way, and I held a lot of the conversation, so I'll go the other way this time.
I mean, I love the project. I think it's a great idea, and you got the green space and everything else. I understand some of the concerns with the parking on the street. I think if you could get it pulled into the CBD, I think it's a great idea. I think it's a great idea the way it is. I know how it may slow down the traffic through there, and probably may help a little bit.
Yeah, that's one point I didn't make. I'm not an urban planner. I know some of you guys, Dr. Thayer, have a long background there. My take on it, and from what I read, is that can be a traffic calming situation by having the parking on the street. I mean, you don't blast down Fairhope Avenue because you know some cars are backing out. It's why you slow down. So, I mean, that's my personal opinion. It's not based on any kind of education as a planner, but I think if that street has 45 in parking like I've got proposed, it will slow the traffic down.
I know it doesn't meet the current regulations, and you know, but I like the project a lot. I really do.
Of course, I don't have a problem with it. I like it. I think the on-street parking's fine.
I'm the same. I like the project, and I think the on-street parking, I mean, it's an extra block earlier than it currently starts, but that's not that big of a deal to me.
I love the project. I really, I would encourage golf cart parking maybe. I've mentioned that to you before because that's kind of our trend that we're going to, and maybe alleviate some of that traffic there, as well as really advertise bicycle storage and that kind of thing, get a lot of pedestrians moving and walking rather than driving. But I think it's a great project. It'll be a real improvement to the area.
I love the proposal. I like the parking on the street. I like keeping the commercial downtown. If the project goes through, I'd love to see the city or the single tax corporation or somebody make a run at the post office and see if maybe that area could be redone. You know, the post office was originally built to not be one way, so if you make that real sharp little turn to go through the drive-through to drop your mail off in the drive-through box, I don't think they netted the 6 or 7 parking spaces in that whole area.
Yeah, I don't think
And if
that second
area-
layer towards the streets
if
used
that
at all.
outer area, I'm sure the post office wouldn't pay for it, but if someone else were to pay for it and get that developed as on-street parking and
Might take some of the Faulkner kids away from downtown and get them away from the retailers.
It would give more parking spaces there, more parking spaces.
Bringers and start parking.
Exactly.
Well, for the post, it'll look a lot better.
Or in front of the coffee shop or the Honey Baked Ham or whoever else is along that stretch.
It would look just tremendously better, and it would allow room for more parking spaces as well as some, little green space and whatnot in there.
Yeah, I mean, we've set the precedent in Fairhope on some situations to allow right-of-way parking. If you look in front of Walcott Adams, they are not in the CBD, but I guess that's School Street.
Yeah.
They have right-of-way parking in front of their business. I guess the National Bank of Commerce is in the CBD, but they've got right-of-way parking in front of their bank. I mean, it's not unusual. The unusual part is we think of Fairhope Avenue is this big thoroughfare coming into town because it is wide and because people speed through there.
I think it looked tremendously better. I'm a game changer if that would change.
Well, I had 2 questions. One a planning question and another one way out of my field, an architectural question. Are you really going to have everybody park nose in directly off Fairhope Avenue?
45 in, yes, sir.
You know, I drive a little car, and I go in and I park next to somebody's Suburban, and I'm backing out, and I have absolutely no idea what's coming down the street on those angle-in slots like that. I honestly, personally think that they tend to be dangerous. I also patronize that hardware store across the street, and have had several narrow escapes trying to get in.
Yeah, people don't know whether to back all the way out there or back out and do a 3-point turn because it's sort of no man's land there.
It all depends on the time of day, you know what happens. My point is, I just think if there was, and first of all, anything you did to the site would be an improvement. That was my first move. But if you did something maybe to make that a little safer, those parking spaces coming directly in, when you get down by the library and you park like that, you find it's not easy to get back out in traffic, and that traffic is slowing there because it's anticipating a light.
Right.
What you got in your area there, I know that there's a bad sight line coming out of Brown trying to make a left turn because I've done that. But I know that people are going more like 40 down through that area, even with those new medians and things. If you can think of some way to soften that or maybe make it a little safer, then that would be my first concern. Now, architecturally, and this is something, you got a lot of flat roofs in there. You're going to be taking a lot of water. Where is it going?
Well, there will be certainly gutters and downspouts, and it'll end up tied into the drainage system.
Could you put in something like a water retention for a water metering device that would hold that water so it didn't go out into Fairhope Avenue or wherever, so it'll slowly go back in? Because all of those flat roofs like that taking on water, you could easily put a shot into that sewer system out there that could cause more than it can handle at that point. You got a perfect opportunity to put in some kind of a rain retention, slow metering device. Probably wouldn't cost you all that much to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I've got the engineer who helped me design it is here, and we have.
Well, I don't want to get into a detailed thing.
No, but we have incorporated some of the LID techniques, some rain gardens and swales, and
exactly.
If you look at it on a net effect, you look at the rooftops and the impervious surface, the sidewalks, and the travel lanes that are paved, it's still a net deduction of impervious surface compared to the rooftops and asphalt that are there at the mini storages.
Yeah,
I mean,
the water's going to come up the roof very fast. That's the only difference. Am I right?
We've designed it so that the whole system will drain because there is so much.
Can you speak up again if I could? I mic there.
Because there is so much pervious concrete, there's so much more green space. It'll hit that and slow down in the sheet flow, and some of the stormwater will be piped underground. Yes, but most of it is impervious now, so it runs off very quickly now, but we have the LID techniques to slow the flow down to ensure that, you know, atomic concentrations and everything else are similar to what it is now or better. Meaning,
currently, most of that sheet flows down towards the machine shop and out towards the gully back there. I don't even know what it's called, but and the city's actually spent some money fairly recently reconcreting and putting some culverts and FEMA did. And but most of it drains down there, and there's some underground piping there that catches a lot of water that comes off of Fairhope Avenue.
Because I've seen places where the water's actually lifted the manhole cover.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I like the concept of what you've got here, but I don't care for parking on Fairhope Avenue for the same reasons that Ralph is talking about.
So it's a safety issue in y'all's mind?
It's a safety issue, yeah. And you know, we were confronted with, I drive a Lexus, a smaller Lexus, and I was parked next to a Tahoe, and my wife is driving, and she says, "Can you see around that Tahoe?" And I said, "Well, I'm not going to see around the Tahoe." You want me to get out the flag? So it's an issue.
Well, that's why I want to bring it to you guys. I mean, it's like I drive down Fairhope Avenue, and I drive down section past Greer's, and then, you know, people are pulling out, but I also know that there's a chance somebody is going to pull out, so I travel slowly down that stretch. So,
what would you give up if you did parking that was parallel to the sidewalk?
I mean, I think you could get maybe 8 or 10 spaces versus the 20 some odd spaces we have now. So it would still give me extra, and it would still help my tenants that were on. If I have retail tenants on that front part of the project. But I mean, you drive down Section Street now and watch somebody try to slam on brakes and put it in reverse, and they're going to get rear-ended. It's as dangerous.
Well, it's more dangerous coming out of a parallel parking space because you get somebody coming into your door.
Yeah.
Versus if you back out, they hit your wheel.
So if I get it, the people who live in your apartments, they don't have a reserved parking space?
No. Well, I say no. We really hadn't gotten that far for programming. I mean, I certainly could give each condo unit a reserved spot. You know, a lot of the concept is you are downtown. You're going to walk to the grocery store. You're going to walk to Master Joe's to get your sushi or whatever you're going to do downtown, and you may work down below and live up top. And so, I mean, that's I mean, you guys know that's what the whole concept of mixed-use urban living is. And certainly people are going to get in their cars and go, but right now I don't have reserved spots.
I want to make sure that I'm thinking about the same spot that you guys are talking about. If you're traveling west on Fairhope Avenue and you get past Emmy's place, is it the house that's up on the hill?
That's Mr. Hayes' house, who's the property owner.
That's his house.
So that's his wall right there.
Okay.
That's standing right at the edge of the property line that I'm buying, looking back to the east.
Okay.
So once
It's
you...
right across the street from
I'm talking about something that's across the street from there.
Right across the street from him. This is his property.
Yeah, okay.
I'm directly across the street from the Ecumenical Ministries, through Emmy's,
And the hardware store.
and the hardware store.
Okay.
It's 300 feet across there. I guess I don't really have a... All right, so that's looking at the hardware store. So you're looking really southeast right there. And my property's all lower left of the screen.
Did you take that off a drone?
I did.
I figured you did.
I've got tons of drone pictures that we had taken last week, and just trying to get a view of looking down Fairhope Avenue, looking from above. I've got about 24 of them. I just didn't want to bog up the PowerPoint slide, but that's looking sort of northeast out over the property. So you've got an office building there, and then you've got mostly hair salons and a yoga studio on the right side there, and then all the mini warehouse buildings that are, by my estimation, probably half empty. The doors are hanging off. They're all rusted. I mean, it's been in disrepair for some time.
Puts a better perspective from this.
It's a large site. I mean, it's 3.5 acres in essentially the edge of downtown, and you know, it's 33 residential units. It's a multi-year, multi-phase project.
Well, there's certainly a need for some apartment type living here.
Yeah, I mean, we've done our homework and studied comps and per square foot sales rates for the condos downtown, and I mean, there's just not much available downtown. People want to live downtown. People want an office downtown, myself included. I started off, the reason I got excited about downtown is I was looking for my personal office space when my wife kicked me out of her dermatology clinic, and I started looking downtown, and there's nothing. And there's law firms that want to locate there. There's ad agencies. I've gotten just through the grapevine. I've been getting phone calls. People know about the project.
Yeah.
They want to be in Fairhope.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
I think I know where you stand. You don't even have to say anything. I know where you stand.
Well, the reason the rest of the planning commission members don't know what's going on really. The reason the roadblock is because of the 20-foot green space. So in this zoning, he's required to have a 20-foot green space. So we probably, since I don't know of anybody else who doesn't have a 20-foot green space, if we want to do this, we probably want to change the zoning, because the landscape portion, the 20-foot green space is not going to be there. That's the biggest part of the ordinance I think he's not meeting on this.
Don't you think, though, because if you look at our regulations, we have zoning, we have subdivision, and we have a tree ordinance. They don't really all go together very well. This 20-foot landscape buffer is in the tree ordinance. It's not spoken to anywhere in the zoning and subdivision regs. The only thing that ties it to it is the city horticulturalist, I never can say that word, has to approve the landscape plan. And the landscape plan has to meet all the requirements of the tree ordinance. And one of the requirements of the tree ordinance is on 6 city streets, Fairhope Avenue being one of them, the tree committee, when they wrote this ordinance, decided they wanted a 20-foot green space buffer. Well, it doesn't exist right now on this stretch of Fairhope Avenue, in any of those properties. Maybe John Brown's old office, there is some grass and there's a parking lot, but generally it doesn't exist down that stretch. So, in my mind, somebody made a decision to put the tree ordinance in without a whole lot of forethought on what they're affecting. And it really is not tied to the zoning ordinance. So, it'd be my opinion that it's a deviation, just like we waive requirements of the LID, meeting 10 of the 15 LID techniques. You ask for, I don't know if waiver is the right word.
I don't know. Everybody will be asking for one of those.
May I mention something real quick? The tree ordinance, the only method for relief in the tree ordinance is going to see the city judge and asking him, you know, and that's, he would probably say, yeah, I think that's okay. That's, you know, I don't know what Judge Snedeker would do.
He told
but
me
there's
don't
also,
bring it to him.
There's also an interpretation issue, and I don't know if Jennifer, as the city horticulturist, could get on board with it, but you know, the hardscape and green space features that are incorporated into the design, I feel like are good urban design features, and Dr. Thayer knows much more about that than I do.
All right, so yeah, Jonathan, if you look at this project in Montgomery, you see there's trees planted all in front. I mean, it's not just...
It's not all grass. That's the thing.
And if you look at Troy's landscape plan, Troy Strunk did this. I don't know if you know. He's helped with the comprehensive plan. He's a very good landscape architect. And this is actually an enhancement to what was originally submitted based on a meeting I had with Jennifer. We've added more green space across the front. It's hard, but you can't really zoom it in. But a lot of those islands, the curb islands that come out, there's green space, there's plantings underneath the trees. And I'm not opposed to spending more money on larger caliper trees out front, more above and beyond what the ordinance requires, because I want it to look aesthetically pleasing. This is phase 1 across the front for me.
I'm just wondering if the definition, I don't think there is a definition in the tree ordinance of green space, an exact.
Probably is upon it the word.
Well,
green.
Right. And I agree, Jennifer. That's why we're at this point.
You can leave it in its natural state.
Well, its
Which is
natural state right
concrete?
now is concrete.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, it's open to some interpretation.
Yeah.
It does include sidewalks.
Anyway, so that's what I want. I just wanted to throw in there.
Okay, and
the
also-
interpretation could be.
Okay, and then also there should be a 10-foot green space according to the tree ordinance along Brown for green space as well. So, I mean, I would think that we probably just want to rezone it because it kind of fits in CBD. But all right, and then the second thing I wanted to mention on the drainage, that watershed is significant. I mean, I've mentioned it to you before, but you've got your engineer here, and you need to make sure you're aware the whole area needs to be studied. And there is
Here's my curt response.
Fairhope Avenue goes underwater there.
Fairhope Avenue and the properties upstream aren't my responsibility, in my opinion.
The water, the drainage, the culverts that
My
go through that
property and what
property.
water is generated from my property is my responsibility. But are you telling me that I got to fix problems that is currently in city drainage from properties upstream?
The city all that water is coming through that property, through those culverts.
Through
Your property that we're looking
city
at.
drainage?
That entire watershed, the water drains through this property, through culverts underneath what you have proposed.
Okay.
That you just said you're going to tie into. There is
I'm
so
not
much
tying into the
water.
existing culvert.
There's so much water that's coming through there that Fairhope Avenue at this point will go underwater. That business there has flooded. That is a big deal.
I hear you loud and clear, but
Okay,
I guess
good.
my point is the city has some culpability in that. It's not, if the water's coming off of Fairhope
Working fine
Avenue.
now.
What's that?
Working fine now, but you
Well,
know,
you just told me it
maybe
flooded.
It's full.
And you told me it's tons of
It's
water
full.
coming in there. It's not working fine then.
It's full.
We're technically not tied to those culverts. We're tying into.
You just need to make sure you're aware of all that. It comes through that property. And there is water that gets in that has been across Fairhope Avenue and water in the business.
Well, we need to figure out whether the city has easements for their drainage through the property or whether the owner's responsible for drainage.
Chris, I mean, how many years has it been there? And we've been talking, I mean,
It's called a prescriptive easement.
50, I mean, how long has it been
I'm
going
glad to
through
give
there?
the city an easement for their drainage. It sounds like they need to upgrade it.
And then the other thing, as a planning commission member, I am, and public works director, very concerned about the traffic. You know, the backing out on Fairhope Avenue. To me, it's very similar to this over here on North Section. When we talked about putting angle parking right here at the Civic Center. We need parking right here. And, you know, it's just a huge public outcry. Kind of the same situation, kind of a blind area when you're coming over the hill. So I know you've got your traffic engineer has said okay, but it worries me. It concerns me. So that's my three things.
Thank you, guys. I know it's late. Sorry to keep you so late.
So I do I have a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
No further discussion on that.